Chapter 1658. Then, what do you think the Dharma Supreme will do next? Chu Yang asked. Mo Tianji frowned. He remained silent for a long time. Then, he muttered, I just said that he and I are very similar. I try to make some guesses in his place. But, I can't be sure. I don't dare to be sure, because Mo Tianji wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He just sighed and said, I hope it's not like what I guessed. Otherwise, I'm not the Dharma Supreme himself and can't be counted. Let's wait and see. If I'm not wrong, we'll have news in a day or two. That night, the vicinity of the capital was suddenly plunged into chaos. Chu Yang got up in the middle of the night and flew to the roof. After a while, his brothers all came up. Everyone could clearly sense that apart from the increasing noise, there was also an extremely strong smell of blood coming from all directions, and it was indeed getting worse. What exactly happened? Why is there such a change? Wu Jueqing looked into the distance. Mo Tianji was obviously touched. He looked a little regretful as he stared into the distance, speechless for a while. According to my experience, this kind of situation should be a large-scale massacre. Only then can there be such an aura. Moreover, this massacre is still ongoing. Chu Yang also sighed. The location of the massacre is very far from here, at least 1,000 miles away. If it was closer, it wouldn't be so quiet. The next day, the news came. Everyone was collectively shocked. The entire Yi clan had almost collectively gone crazy. Around them, all the affiliated clans of the Yi clan were completely massacred overnight. More than 100,000 people died overnight. In the secret chamber, everyone's faces were heavy. Yang's voice transmission Jade kept reporting further news from all sides. Or it could be said that there was further bad news. The law enforcement officers suddenly launched a tyrannical attack when the clans were caught off guard. In the entire upper three heavens, an inhumane massacre was carried out, and the targets of the massacre were the big clans. Blood flowed for 1,000 miles overnight. The affiliated clans of the Shao clan were almost completely massacred. Most of the people outside were captured and killed, and this was still going on. The headquarters of the Shao clan in the southeast was also attacked by the law enforcement officers and suffered heavy losses. At present, they were still in a stalemate. The prospects were not optimistic at all. Without assistance, destruction was imminent. The Chen clan, all of its subsidiary clans were wiped out. Their headquarters and businesses were burned down by the enforcers, directly burning down 3,000 miles of forest. The casualties of the Chen clan were even more uncountable. At present, the situation had stabilized for the time being, and they had begun to confront the law enforcement officers. However, the law enforcement officers who were continuously supporting them from all directions had also begun to gather there. The situation wasn't optimistic. The Ling family, the enforcers used a huge amount of explosives to detonate under the ice peak. Half of the Ling family's ice peak and snow mountain collapsed overnight. There were countless casualties. Attacked. Their forces were greatly reduced, and they were in a stalemate. Zhuge family, sealed. They were attacked and suffered a large number of casualties. Being attacked. Confrontation. The news that came from all directions was that they had been attacked, that there had been a large number of casualties, and that sort of negative news. The law enforcement officers had formed a huge foundation over the past 10,000 years. Last night, it was actually detonated in such a direct and unscrupulous manner. Furthermore, it was an all-around explosion that was close to indiscriminate. In these 10,000 years, how many people were there in total? This was an uncountable number. If it's only about distributing the world, then it's at the headquarters of the Great Hall. There were at least 300 branch halls, and under each branch hall, there were more than 10 branch halls. There were at least 40 to 50 people in each branch. There were about 1,000 people in each branch. In this way, there would be at least 300,000 law enforcement officers in each branch. And this was the most conservative figure that was obtained purely through calculation. There were as many as such branches under the law enforcement officers. Apart from that, there were also the various branches in the law enforcement officers' headquarters. The most conservative estimate was that there were at least 4 million people in the law enforcement officers' forces. This didn't include the hidden forces on the law enforcement officers' side, such as the Bloodpayers Hall. The forces under the Bloodpayers Hall were all wanderers in the pugilistic world. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and all of them were experts. When they gathered together to receive an emergency mission, they were even more desperados among desperados. In just one night, the entire continent had undergone an earth-shattering change. A rough estimate was that in just one night, the number of casualties on both sides would be at least more than 1 million. In the secret chamber, the faces of Yi Qianxin and the others were as pale as ashes. The Dharma Supreme is definitely crazy this time. Ling Muyang took a deep breath. His eyes flashed and his expression was cold. Is there a mistake somewhere? How did things suddenly develop to this stage? The Dharma Supreme has always been scheming and astute. By doing this, the losses outweigh the gains. Did something go wrong somewhere? Chun Yingfeng, the clan master of the Qin clan, knew that the truth was already clear, but he still held on to the slightest bit of hope and asked. After all, the reality was too unexpected and too cruel. This had completely exceeded the bottom line of everyone's psychological tolerance. It can't be wrong. This is the truth. And the latest news just came. The Dharma Supreme has already used the law enforcement absolute kill order. Xiao Chunyu's face was pale, and the corners of his mouth were trembling. There's a sentence in the order that goes like this. No matter the cost, no matter the means, completely wipe out the big clans. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter the cost? No matter the means? What did these two sentences mean? Everyone understood too well. It meant that no matter the means, anyone could be sacrificed. Any sacrifice could be made, and any price could be paid. Even if the law enforcement officers had to be wiped out after the big clans were wiped out, it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as the big clans were completely wiped out, nothing else mattered. Dharma Supreme, you damned bastard. Xiao Qinyu finally couldn't help but roar. What kind of deep grudge does our big clans have with you? How dare you do such a vicious thing? Zhuge Sangqiong's face was gloomy. He slowly turned his head and looked at someone who hadn't spoken at all. He said indifferently, our big clans have all been attacked to varying degrees, but only one clan has not been attacked. At this juncture, I have to mention it. Everyone followed his gaze. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on one person's face. Diwu Qingru. In these few days, Diwu Qingru had put in all his effort to prepare for the Tianding Grand Meeting, especially to adjust the distribution of power among the big clans. His meticulous planning and exceptionally strong planning ability had conquered Zhuge Sangqiong on the first day. In these few days, everyone had also gotten along like fish in water. Everyone had given Diwu Qingru full trust and affirmation in his ability and capability. This allowed him to have the leeway and space to do his best. But now, in the face of this sudden change, only the Diwu clan could stay out of it. If this situation was only temporary, it would still be fine. But if it continued like this, it would eventually make everyone uncomfortable and suspicious. Zhuge Sangqiong didn't deliberately target Diwu Qingru by bringing this issue to the surface. There was no other way. He was the recognized think tank of the big clans and also where the brains were. He could only be the ugly one. Diwu Qingru's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, regarding this matter, I also don't understand the reason. However, Qingru's various plans and schemes during this period have all been seen by all of you. Whether Qingru has selfish motives or not, there will naturally be a public opinion. Yi Qianxin and the others were a little embarrassed. Diwu Qingru's words were very powerful. All of you have been watching me, scheming, approving, and trusting me. But now, once there is even the slightest movement, without even a conclusion about the details, you will fall out with me? This logic didn't seem to make sense anywhere, did it? If it was another time, what was the point of logic? If you were suspected, it would already be a capital offense. Even if you weren't beaten to death, you would have to be restrained first before anything else. This was the way the big clans did things in the first place. Any sprouts of negative possibilities would have to be eliminated. But now, time was not on their side. The big clans had suddenly undergone a great change, and each clan's strength had been reduced by half in just a few days. If they rebelled now and targeted Diwu Qingru, the new clan leader of a new clan, it would be tantamount to breaking their own arms. The losses outweighed the gains. Perhaps this is the Dharma Supreme's attempt to sow discord? Surpassing asked thoughtfully. The Shur clan was destroyed. The only surviving Shur clan ancestor, Surpassing, no longer had the clan's power, but also no longer had the clan's burden. At this juncture, he was the only suitable person to smooth things over. Perhaps. Yi Qianqin and the others nodded slightly. But their suspicions towards Diwu Qingru didn't dissipate at all. They really didn't dare to. Through this period of time spent with Diwu Qingru, everyone had a deep understanding of how terrifying Diwu Qingru was. If they really had an additional opponent like him, it wouldn't be just an additional blow, but a terrifying crisis that was enough to cause the complete destruction of all the big clans. However, at this moment, the communication jade lit up again. The new news stunned everyone for a moment. The newly established Diwu clan was attacked by the law enforcement officers. As the clan's experts were relatively weak, they couldn't form an effective counterbalance. The clan suffered heavy casualties. Less than 3 or 4 out of 10 experts survived. At this point, Diwu Qingru's expression finally changed greatly. Yi Qianqin and the others also changed their expressions. For a moment, the secret chamber fell into a deathly silence. Diwu Qingru flew out of the secret chamber where the clan leader was meeting. After he left, he suddenly slowed down his pace. He slowly rushed toward the encampment of the Diwu clan. His heart was in turmoil, and he was full of doubts. What exactly was going on? Thinking of how the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers helped the Diwu clan during the decisive battle in the northwest, and how they were now suppressing the Diwu clan, Diwu Qingru was even a little confused. Chapter 1659. Thinking about today's encounter, Diwu Qingru sighed. He already knew that these people were short-sighted and not good partners. But he never thought that they would be short-sighted to this extent. Just because his family suffered a calamity too late, he actually planned to fall out with him? They were unlucky, but it was not enough for other clans to not be unlucky. And this was because their strength was greatly reduced. If it were the same as before, they would have arrested him for the crime of colluding with the enemy. Diwu Qingru couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he thought of the news of his clan being attacked and the heavy losses they had suffered. Then, he thought of how those people had breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he thought of how they had consoled him. Walking past a remote place, Diwu Qingru instinctively felt a sense of danger. A familiar pressure surged in his heart. He stopped and turned around, saying softly, "It's you?" At this moment, a figure flashed in front of him. A black figure appeared in front of Diwu Qingru. "Brother Diwu, how have you been?" Diwu Qingru looked up and could not help but smile. "Brother Chu, I knew you were coming." The person who came was naturally Chu Yang, king of Hell Chu. "How about a chat with me? I also have the same intention." "Very good." The two of them looked kind as they walked side by side. All along, the two of them had been mortal enemies for most of the time. However, the two of them were walking side by side today. It was an indescribable harmony. They both had a lot on their minds. They both sympathized with each other. The killing in the world was still ongoing. Chu Yang and Diwu Qingru walked quickly, avoiding others as much as possible. They rushed north like the wind. Diwu Qingru's martial strength was not among the best in the world, but he could still run wildly. Moreover, Chu Yang put one hand on his shoulder. Then, he rushed out like a bolt of lightning, bringing him along. The oncoming people could only feel a gust of wind and couldn't see any shadows. The two figures had already disappeared into the distance. The mountains and the earth were left far behind by the two people who were galloping. The sound of water ahead was like thunder. In front of them was the largest river in the Chongtian continent, Ancestral Spirit River. Ancestral Spirit River. Ancestral Spirit River. You will be king for thousands of years. It nurtures living creatures from ancient times to the present. It connects the human world and the heavens. Legend has it that the Ancestral Spirit River has no source. No one had ever been able to find the source of the Ancestral Spirit River. It was this mighty river that had nourished the heavy heavens since ancient times. The Ancestral Spirit River had never been flooded before. The narrowest part of the river was over 1,000 feet wide. The torrent surged forward with an earth-shattering momentum. We've reached the ancestral spirit river, Chu Yang sighed. He and Diwu Qingro streaked across the sky like meteors and landed on a big, protruding rock on the riverbank. Below, the turbid waves surged to the heavens. The river flowed from the west and rolled towards the east. If it was an ordinary person, they would feel dizzy just by looking at it. If he was a little timid, he might be scared out of his wits. The ancestral spirit river is now muddy. Diwu Qingru gazed deeply at the river below and couldn't help but sigh. You're wrong, Chu Yang said softly. It's not that the ancestral spirit river has become muddy. Instead, someone had made the ancestral spirit river murky. One is a natural disaster, and the other is a monster. They can't be compared. At this moment, the river suddenly stirred up another wave. The water surged up to a height of over 100 feet, and the splashes were like a big screen. Under the sunlight, the splashes reflected a magnificent brilliance. It was extremely dazzling. This is... Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed with extreme shock. He clearly saw that the surging river was accompanied by an extremely dense blood color. He didn't notice it when they were on the river, but once it was stirred up, the faint blood-red color was undoubtedly revealed. If it wasn't blood-red, how could it be dazzling? Yes, it's blood. It's blood. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with pain. This ancestral spirit river, the source of life beneath the heavy heavens, has now become a river of blood, a river dyed red by blood. A river of blood, Chu Yang said with a heavy tone. Even with Diwu Qingrou's calm temperament, he couldn't help but gasp. I can also confirm that there weren't any large-scale deaths within 1,000 miles. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Diwu Qingrou's eyes were filled with shock. The hidden meaning of Chu Yang's words was too shocking, enough to make most people's hair stand on end. If there weren't any large-scale deaths within 1,000 miles, it meant that the current blood color of the river actually came from 1,000 miles away. After 1,000 miles of water change, it could still show such a bloody color. Then, how many people had died upstream? How could it have reached such a state? The two of them stared intently at the rolling river water. They saw that not long after, there were many pieces of things flowing down from above. Some of them reached the riverside and were caught by the grass and puddles by the riverside. Some of them floated and fell into the whirlpool and were sucked into the bottom of the river. But there were still many that floated down. They were some incomplete corpses, or rather, the fragments of corpses. Some had broken limbs, some didn't have heads, some had large holes in their abdomens that had already begun to rot, and some only had broken limbs, and broken heads that had long been swollen from being soaked in water. Looking as far as they could, the surface of the river was densely packed and floated down like bubbles. Chu Yang's and Diwu Qingrou's eyes were a little dazed. How shocking was this scene that could make two great heroes of the world lose their minds? The answer was right in front of them. Brother Diwu, before looking for you, I actually came here once. At that time, the river was already like this. Then, I turned back to look for you. Now that I'm here again, it's still like this. And there are even more of them. Diwu Qingrou's face became even paler. Chu Yang sighed deeply. After discovering this massacre, he rushed out of the inn immediately to look for the Dharma Supreme and stop his actions. Because such a massacre was really too cruel. But he only found traces of the Dharma Supreme and other law enforcement officers stationed in a forest, as well as some faint aura of the existence of some extraterrestrial demons. A bigger gain was a strangely shaped head hanging on a tree. Chu Yang recognized at a glance that it was the head of the extraterrestrial demon. There was no doubt about it. The extraterrestrial demon that was previously seriously injured had already died in the hands of the Dharma Supreme. Even its head was hanging on a tree. The Dharma Supreme must have killed the extraterrestrial demon first and then issued this cruel order to massacre the world. Then, he led his men and left this place, disappearing without a trace. After that, Chu Yang and the rest searched along the way, releasing their divine senses to the limit to search everywhere, but ultimately to no avail. The Dharma Supreme and the high-level law enforcement officers under his command. It was as if they had completely disappeared from this world without a trace. But the law enforcement officers everywhere were in a state of frenzied slaughter because of the Dharma Supreme's absolute kill order. The order was not rescinded and was still resolutely carried out. Faced with such a situation, everyone was at their wits' end. Even someone as resourceful as Emotianji could only be at his wits' end. Even if one had 1,000 brilliant plans, they would only follow one set of rules. The law enforcement officers would only carry out the orders of the Dharma Supreme, ignoring the orders, persuasions, pleas of others. And if anyone tried to dissuade them, they would all be punished with the same crime. As long as the Dharma Supreme did not appear, this situation would continue, unless they killed them. But how many could one kill? One could kill 10, 100, 1,000, even 10,000. But there would be even more law enforcement officers standing out. All the law enforcement officers in the world had gone crazy. It was really too much to kill. If one could kill on this side, they could kill on the other side. But the whole world was in turmoil. Could one kill all of them? The extraterrestrial demon tribulation. The end of the world is coming. Diwu Qingru's lips were actually trembling. Diwu Qingru had never lost confidence, but this time, the situation today made him lose confidence for the first time in his life. In this short period of time, the number of mutilated corpses and broken limbs floating down from the upper reaches had already reached tens of thousands. This did not include those that had sunk along the way, nor did it include those that had stopped. Just counting those that had completely relied on luck and drifted down with the waves, there were already so many. Then, how many people had died? How many people had died up till now? That was a huge number that one did not even dare to think about. It might even be a stroke of fate. After this, how many more people would die? How many people would be sacrificed in the end because of this great calamity? It was definitely a shocking number that would make one's hair stand on end just thinking about it. I've studied some of these corpses before. On all of them, there were traces of martial arts training. Moreover, although many of the corpses had died long ago, there was still some saint-level essence left in them that had not completely disappeared. Chu Yang said, "So, we can conclude that these dead people were all martial artists. Moreover, there were quite a number of saint-level experts among them. Some of them had tattered clothes hanging on them. We can still tell where these people belonged when they were alive. Most of them were from big clans. As for the rest, they were all law enforcement officers." Chu Yang said, "Now, the law enforcement officers of the whole world have already started a war in the martial arts world. It seems that as long as there are corpses, they will be thrown into the river. This river has now been renamed by people. It is now called Blood River." According to Tianji's estimation, up till now, just the number of corpses of martial artists who have been thrown into this river alone has exceeded at least 100,000. More than 100,000 martial artists have all been buried in this river, and only up till now. Diwu Qingru took in a long breath. For a moment, he only felt his heart full of shock. It seemed that he had never felt such a series of shocks in his life as today. Just in this river alone, there were already more than 100,000 martial artists. Then, how many were there that were not near the river? At present, we have encountered a problem. The Dharma Supreme has started the battle of extermination. Then, after careful consideration, I realized that there was no way to solve this problem at all. This is really digging a hole and burying myself in it. Endless headache. Chapter 1660. Diwu Qingru had already heard about the crazy behavior of the law enforcement officers under the Dharma Supreme. But hearing about it was one thing. But seeing it with one's own eyes was a far cry from seeing it with one's own eyes. These people aren't ordinary people. Each one of them is at least an emperor-level expert. Emperor-level experts. I used to fight with Chu Yang in the lower three heavens. So, the appearance of an emperor-level expert can determine the rise and fall of the imperial court. But here, they were like rotten cabbages that were casually killed, casually thrown away, and casually thrown away. The lives of these so-called experts had already become as cheap as grass in this upper three heavens continent where war raged everywhere. Maybe it's just like what I said just now. The heavenly demon catastrophe, the doomsday battle is coming. Chu Yang sighed deeply. At this moment, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little regretful. That day, Wu Jueqing had asked him if he should tell the Dharma Supreme about what happened back then. Even though Chu Yang had made it clear that he was against it, he didn't strictly prohibit it. And at that time, he was only worried about Wu Jueqing's safety and whether he would be deceived. He didn't really consider the Dharma Supreme's attitude and the possible changes that might have happened. If he had known, Chu Yang would have rather kept this secret to himself forever. Now, after Wu Jueqing blurted it out, the Dharma Supreme was actually so agitated after knowing the truth. Because of the extreme agitation of this matter, the Dharma Supreme actually launched the Doomsday Battle without any warning. The Doomsday Catastrophe. Chu Yang let out a long sigh in his heart. This was Diwu Chochang venting, and also his last big move. Such hysteria, such madness, such. But it was undeniable that there was a very subtle meaning in it. He was actually helping himself, helping tribulation. Helping tribulation complete the replacement of the old era with the new as soon as possible. This was something Chu Yang couldn't deny. But such help made Chu Yang's heart tremble. Maybe he was using this method to announce the complete destruction of Diwu Chochang, and also using this method to remember his brothers? Or maybe he was compensating himself for what he owed tribulation in the past 10,000 years. After all, the Tribulation Sword Master was now the enemy of the whole world. The difficult situation was caused by the Dharma Supreme's deliberate planning. Even the greatest helper of the Master of Tribulation's sword, the law enforcement officers, had been turned into the Dharma Supreme's greatest enemy. If he were to change it again and call it helping the Tribulation Sword Master, the Dharma Supreme would never do such a thing. Therefore, he could only walk this path to the end. And now, the Dharma Supreme, making use of the law enforcement officers to eliminate all the living forces of the big clans regardless of the cost and consequences, was like using a spear to attack a shield. In the end, the most likely outcome was that both sides would suffer. Even if the law enforcement officers were lucky enough to win in the end, they would suffer heavy losses. In the end, the law enforcement officers on the Dharma Supreme side would definitely engage in a head-on battle with Chu Yang and Tribulation under the Dharma Supreme's stubbornness. In the end, all of them would be destroyed in the hands of Chu Yang, the Master of Tribulation's sword, including the Dharma Supreme himself. This was the final madness of the Dharma Supreme, the Battle of Doomsday. I single-handedly established the order of this world. He had built up such a huge force with the intention of going against the Tribulation Sword Master. But I realized that I was wrong, so I decided to destroy everything that I had built, no matter how many people I have to kill. Regardless of whether these people were innocent or deserved it, that has nothing to do with me. I just want to do my own thing. I only want the final result to be what I want. This extremely arrogant think tank of his generation. All of his plans. Since ancient times, for hundreds of thousands of years, the law enforcement officers' forces had never been as strong as they were now. The law enforcement officers were originally hegemonic machines that stabilized the power of the heavens. Under the wise leadership of the Dharma Supreme, this generation's think tank, they had developed rapidly in the past 10,000 years. Not only had the number of law enforcement halls increased by dozens of times, but they had also developed a powerful assassin organization, the blood payers of the law enforcement officers. These people had been relying on money for a long time and had already formed a habit formed in order to survive. Once the law enforcement officers gave an order and offered a reward, they would subconsciously carry it out. Because if they did not carry it out, there would be no food to eat, no shelter, no cultivation resources, in short, there would be no need for survival. Do not underestimate this force. The concealment and power of this force was definitely not something that anyone could ignore. There were many people from big clans who were having a meal with a friend the day before. But the next day, after the blood payers of the law enforcement officers issued a reward, their heads were hung on the waistband of this friend, and they went forward to receive the reward. Everything happened too suddenly and too unexpectedly. It's too sudden and too unexpected. Diwu Qingrou's expression was complicated and shocked. The actions of the Dharma Supreme are completely inhumane and heartless. He is completely deranged from head to toe. He wants to destroy the martial arts foundation of the heavens continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. If not for the fact that this was the case, why would they spend so much effort to search for the whereabouts of the Dharma Supreme? That's right. The Dharma Supreme's actions this time are really deranged and have made us very passive. A white shadow flashed and Imo Tianji appeared behind the two of them. His handsome face was full of a bitter smile. This time, I came to look for Brother Diwu to discuss this. Although we had the intention to join forces previously, it was far from the time to do so. But this time, we have to join forces to resist the Dharma Supreme. Otherwise, the heavens continent will be completely destroyed by him. Imo Tianji shook his head and smiled bitterly. He is indeed the think tank of tribulation back then. This action is really vicious. No matter how we deal with it, I'm afraid it will be within the Dharma Supreme's plan. No matter how we react to him, it may be considered as cooperating. So, it's really difficult. Of course, Diwu Qingru could recognize Imo Tianji, the military advisor of this generation. However, the two of them didn't even have time to exchange greetings before they frowned at the same time. Chu Yang, Imo Tianji, and Diwu Qingru. If others saw this, they wouldn't believe it even if they went crazy. These three people actually gathered together to discuss matters one day, and were even at their wits' end. This was really like seeing a ghost. These three people joined forces to study how to deal with one person, yet they were still at their wits' end. This was even rarer than seeing a ghost. But such a rare thing happened just like that, and it happened almost without any warning. Previously, Imo Tianji had put himself in the Dharma Supreme's shoes and thought about it. But this was the conclusion he came to. It was exactly the same as what the Dharma Supreme was doing now. Destroy the world. Since I've already reached this stage, I have no other choice. Since I was wrong, then let me make my mistake even more thorough. Let me be the one to blame for all the sins. Let me be consigned to eternal damnation. When Imo Tianji first told Chu Yang about this conjecture, Chu Yang was drenched in cold sweat and prayed from the bottom of his heart that this wasn't the case. But just after midnight, this situation completely happened. The Dharma Supreme and Imo Tianji were the brains of this tribulation. Their high intelligence was unparalleled in the world. Faced with such a situation, the decision they made was actually the same. It was terrifying to the extreme. Imo Tianji briefed Diwu Qingru about the series of unforeseen events that had happened in the recent days. Then, he and the other two looked at the surging river water and the piles of floating corpses under their feet. They heaved a long sigh. The current situation was really so bad that it was unimaginable. According to my estimation, after this incident, the survival rate of high-level heavenly layer martial artists is definitely less than 1% of the original peak, or even less. Chu Yang sighed. This is a catastrophe for heavenly layer martial artists. And it's a catastrophe that we have no choice but to participate in. Imo Tianji's expression was heavy as he smiled bitterly. If we don't try our best to stop it, after the Dharma Supreme has killed all the people he wants to kill, he will still come to us for a battle to the death. If we stop it, it may be what the Dharma Supreme wants. He doesn't want the force of the law enforcement officers to continue existing. Once we take action, we will be participating in the killing. And no matter how many we kill, the Dharma Supreme won't care. He will only follow his set goal and original plan, all the way until there is no one around him that he can use and his own people are all dead. Or, all the people he wants to kill are all dead. This is a dead end. No matter which way we go, it's a dead end. No matter what we do, the final result is that the Dharma Supreme's actions this time will be a complete cleansing of the entire world. And we have no choice but to participate and stop it. Even though this is a futile effort, we still have to work hard in vain. These three men, who were already standing at the peak of the upper three heavens and even the entire heavenly layer, sat together and had a headache. It had to be said that under this sky, something that could cause such a headache to the three of them should not exist. Logically speaking, it should not appear. It did not seem to exist at all. But now, the Dharma Supreme didn't use any profound wisdom at all. He only used the most barbaric and primitive method of suppression. A normal person in power would definitely not use such a crazy tactic. It was beyond the level of harming the enemy by 1,000 and harming 800 of his own people. If it wasn't for the fact that the law enforcement officers were extremely powerful, the casualty rate would definitely be reduced. This was because the law enforcement officers were almost equivalent to making the entire upper three heavens and all the aristocratic families their enemy. This extremely simple yet extremely brutal tactic made the three of them completely helpless. Join the battle? The first question to consider was actually who to help. From a moral point of view, they should help the big clans. However, a considerable part of the reason why the Dharma Supreme started the battle to destroy the world was to facilitate Tribulation's reorganization of the forces and order. At this juncture, if Tribulation were to help the big clans instead, he wouldn't be able to accept it psychologically. Chapter 1661. Furthermore, although the strength of the brothers had already reached the peak of the heavenly layer, in terms of prestige and power, they were still not enough. Even their actions were not enough. Then, to help the Dharma Supreme deal with the big clans and hasten the end of the catastrophe, that was even more impossible. No matter what the Dharma Supreme's current motive was, or what his stance was, his identity as the successor of the heavenly demon had already defined him. Not to mention, after the big clans were annihilated, there was still the final battle with the Dharma Supreme. To help the enemy deal with their own allies and then fight the enemy, wasn't that foolish? All in all, they were in a dilemma. In such a situation, what should we do? If Chu Yang wasn't beside him, even he himself wouldn't believe that the words "what should we do" would actually come out of Diwu Qingrou's mouth. Almost the wisest person in the world would actually ask the words "what should we do" to someone else. Mo Tianji laughed bitterly. The best way to stop an action is to target the weakness. If the Dharma Supreme still has any misgivings or weaknesses, then no matter what, we can use targeted strategies to stop him. But now, he doesn't care about anything. This is the real problem that is hard to solve. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desires. It's hard to deal with. Chu Yang stared at the endless stream of corpses floating over the river surface. He said softly, "Duxing and the rest are now trying to contact the law enforcement officers to clarify the facts and set things right." However, the Dharma Supreme is the longest-serving Dharma Supreme in the history of law enforcement officers. He is the most capable and has the highest prestige. He is also the one who is the most united. For the time being, no one will listen to us at all. This is also a headache. Not only that. In fact, it's not just Duxing and the rest. As long as anyone speaks ill of the Dharma Supreme, the law enforcement officers will immediately fight you to the death, playing with your life. Mo Tianji laughed bitterly. Even if you produce evidence, you will be forcefully overthrown. The law enforcement officers will not allow anyone to speak ill of the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme's orders are the supreme orders. Once he says it, the law will follow. Orders will be strictly enforced. Nothing more than that. Diwu Qingrou frowned and then laughed bitterly again. He sighed. I have to admit that one person, to be able to have such prestige, one can really be considered to have reached the peak of one's life. I don't know if there will be a day when I will be like the Dharma Supreme. I believe that this achievement is definitely the dream of any person in power. For the Dharma Supreme to be able to achieve what he has today, it is also due to his painstaking efforts over the past 10,000 years. It is truly not easy to come by. I really don't understand why he would undergo such a shocking change. Why would he suddenly go berserk? Even if he was demonized, there should still be a process, right? This kind of madness without any warning is really inconceivable. There was admiration in Diwu Qingrou's voice, but there was also a sigh. You are a beautiful woman, but why did you become a thief? Indeed, if one had reached the Dharma Supreme's level in life, one would still be able to do such a thing. It was tantamount to personally overturning all of his previous achievements, turning him from a hero and leader of mankind into a sinner of mankind. Such a change. This was an extremely unthinkable thing, and no one with half a brain would do such a thing. Yet, the Dharma Supreme had done it. This person, who was almost the wisest and most far-sighted person in the world, had done the most unwise thing. Using the most unredeemable and hysterical method, Diwu Qingrou's voice was mixed with deep regret and melancholy. Not everyone could achieve such an achievement. Since ancient times, there had only been one such Dharma Supreme among the trillions of people. Diwu Qingrou had never been one to belittle himself, but he knew that even if he was given 10,000 years, he might not be able to achieve what the Dharma Supreme had achieved today. Yet, it was this person who had done such a self-destructive thing. Wasn't it such a pity? Chuyang pondered for a moment before he said, "Brother Diwu, since we are all sitting together to discuss matters today, it would seem a little inappropriate of me to hide some things from you. To tell you the true identity of the Dharma Supreme is actually somewhat related to your Diwu clan. Don't go on." Diwu Qingrou raised his hand decisively to stop Chuyang from going on. There was a trace of heartfelt pain in his expression. He said sadly, "I know what you want to say. I have long guessed it, just that I didn't want to make it clear." He heaved a long sigh. Back in the Northwest, when the Dharma Supreme sent law enforcement officers to assist me, I already had a feeling. All along, I had been guessing. Then, I finally confirmed that the Dharma Supreme must be related to my Diwu clan, and the relationship is not shallow. I believe that even if he is not an ancestor or elder of the Diwu clan, he must be a friend or brother of the Diwu clan's ancestor, the kind of brother that he can entrust his life to. Diwu Qingrou smiled bitterly and looked at Chu Yang and Mo Tianji. "For example, your brother Jia." Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other, their hearts full of heartfelt admiration. He was indeed Diwu Qingrou. His brain was really frightening. No one had mentioned anything to him, but he could point out this point acutely. The only question is that the Dharma Supreme's name is Dongfang Badeo. He shouldn't be an ancestor of the Diwu clan. According to my investigation, he doesn't seem to have much contact with any ancestor of the Diwu clan. As for the deeper level, if he is really an ancestor of the Diwu clan, then his schemes, or whatever he has done, I don't want to know, not at all. If he is not an ancestor of the Diwu clan and is a brother or friend of an ancestor, I also don't want to know. Diwu Qingrou was silent for a moment. Then, he said softly, "The Dharma Supreme is now standing on the opposite side of the entire human race, and has dragged all the heroes into the great melting pot that is the martial world. As a human, I am already destined not to be able to coexist with him in this world. Since that is the case, then don't ruin the image in my heart anymore. Besides, I can also pretend to be confused and reject that sense of guilt." Mo Tianji and Chu Yang clapped their hands and smiled at the same time. "Brother Diwu, you are indeed honest enough." Diwu Qingrou's statement was undoubtedly an evasion. However, his evasion now was because of his insistence that his heart belonged to the human race. Diwu Qingrou could do anything for his own purpose, but he would never be as crazy as the Dharma Supreme. Diwu Qingrou's smile was a little bitter. "I am not being honest. To a large extent, I am doing this to protect myself and the new Diwu clan. If the Dharma Supreme is really related to the Diwu clan, then the Diwu clan would have been razed to the ground at the first moment. Previously, when all the clans were attacking, only the attack on the Diwu clan was delayed by a beat. I already felt that there was something wrong. Fortunately, we were still attacked later on. If not for the attack at midnight, I may not have had the chance to come out of the Yi clan alive. The people of the big clans are already in a state of panic now. Any bit of suspicion is enough to make them take action. It is also very hard to blame them for this." Chu Yang pondered and said, "Just now, I thought for a long time. If we want to stop the Dharma Supreme's crazy actions, perhaps there is only one way, and that is to start from the Dharma Supreme himself." Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingrou smiled bitterly at the same time. How could they not have thought of the idea that Chu Yang had thought of? However, the crux of the problem was that they could not find any trace of the Dharma Supreme at all. So how could they start from the Dharma Supreme himself? As long as the Dharma Supreme is killed, the law enforcement officers will be leaderless and the catastrophe may be averted. As Chu Yang spoke, he also smiled bitterly and rejected this idea himself. No, I have thought too simply. Even if we kill the Dharma Supreme, it will not work. It may even. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. It is not a possibility, it will definitely happen. If we kill the Dharma Supreme at this juncture, then this order will become the Dharma Supreme's last wish. Even if the law enforcement officers collectively put their lives on the line, they will also do their best to complete it. Moreover, without the highest restriction of the Dharma Supreme, the law enforcement officers will truly become the source of disaster and chaos. It is bound to cause endless trouble. Even if it lasts for hundreds or thousands of years, that is also not impossible. A crazy plan formulated by such a super wise person is simply unsolvable. It won't work, it won't work. Suddenly, the eyes of the three lit up at the same time. They said at the same time, "Perhaps there is another way we can try." Then, the three sighed at the same time. It is just that the big clans may not agree. Obviously, the three of them had thought of the same idea. If we can let the big clans gather all their strength, abandon their existing foundations, and gather all their manpower in one place, completely ignoring everything else and letting them do as they please, just waiting for the final battle of the Tianding flourishing meeting, then we can avoid a considerable amount of losses. However, in that case, the big clan's foundations will be completely abandoned, and many of their family members will also have to be sacrificed. The place where they gather can be fine, but the other foundations are destined to be destroyed. They will definitely not do that. The three of them smiled bitterly at the same time, at their wits' end. They actually had a way, but there was no way to put it to use. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Right now, the Dharma Supreme is relying on the prestige that he has accumulated over 10,000 years and unparalleled wisdom to start this world-ending battle. If we want to stop it directly, I'm afraid it is completely impossible. But no matter what, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Even if it's a futile effort, we still have to try our best. If we can reduce the harm by even a little bit, then that's a little bit. This is the only thing we can do at the moment." Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru trembled inexplicably. Both of them were top-notch, wise people who were used to looking at the big picture. In their eyes, sacrifice in the ordinary sense was nothing more than that. Sacrificing 1,000 people and sacrificing 10,000 people were all sacrifices. It was just a number. To them, there was almost no difference. However, Chu Yang's words gave rise to a strange feeling in the hearts of both of them. Perhaps this was why Chu Yang was the Tribulation Sword Master, and why he was different from the rest. Was it heroism? No, definitely not. This was just a kind of aura that Chu Yang himself had, knowing that it was impossible but still doing it. Chapter 1662. Just now, Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji's minds were constantly circling, calculating the Dharma Supreme's crazy move this time, thinking about how to break the situation and how to break the plan. The more they thought about it, the more helpless they were. Because no matter what they did, the result was exactly what the Dharma Supreme wanted to see. Any reaction would only speed up the process of the apocalypse. Therefore, the two of them were already somewhat depressed, even lost. This was perhaps the common problem of people who were good at scheming and scheming. Once they realized that the other party's strategy could not break the situation, they would think of giving up. This round was destined to be a loss. They could just take it back in the next round. As for the current round, they would not waste any more resources on it, because it was already destined to be a futile effort. What was the point of wasting that effort and resources? The two of them had actually already decided to give up in their hearts. However, Chu Yang appeared out of nowhere at this time and said so rudely, "Even if it's a futile effort, we have to try hard. If we can reduce the harm by a little bit, it's a little bit." This sentence did not have any aura or sharpness, but it showed the most primitive and fundamental persistence as a human. When facing an enemy that was too strong and could not be matched at all, so what? It was just a battle. Even if they knew that they would die, even if they knew that they would lose, so what? They could only fight. Demons wreaked havoc on the human world, and the human world withered. Even if they knew that there was little hope, they still had to try hard. Even if they could not reverse the situation and the outcome was already decided, they still had to try their best, do everything possible, use all their abilities, effort, and efforts to reduce the degree of damage. That was all. Without Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru, Chu Yang could still devise strategies. Without the two of them, Chu Yang could still win 1,000 miles away. Without a military advisor, Chu Yang was still Chu Yang. Otherwise, Where would Minister Chu come from? Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingrou's positions were military advisors, wise men, but Chu Yang took care of both. I'm a wise man and a warrior. I can be a military advisor and a vanguard. I'm a marshal and a soldier at the same time. When facing an enemy, a warrior could only respond in a warrior's way. That was to fight, no matter what the final outcome was. The most important thing was to fight with all their might. Okay, Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingrou said in unison. Since they had made up, there was no need to hesitate. There was no need to hesitate. Chu Yang made a prompt decision and decided on the next course of action. Originally, he planned to let the two think tanks come up with some ideas and formulate some targeted strategies. However, he didn't expect that the two wise men would give up. Now, only his big bro was left. Brother Diwu, after you go back this time, you'll have to face the consequences. Immediately inform the major families of the current situation, and then propose a way to gather as many troops as possible. Chu Yang pondered for a moment. Let's proceed according to the previous plan. As for what they plan to do, it's up to them. Anyway, the fate of the big clans has already been decided. There's still a chance of survival if they fight. That is, the great clans deserve to be destroyed. Diwu Qingrou nodded to show that he understood. Tianji, after you return, immediately arrange for everyone to split up and try their best. Let's see if we can find the Dharma Supreme. Chu Yang's face was somewhat gloomy. This was something that could not be helped. Even though they knew that the chances of finding the Dharma Supreme were extremely slim, they still had to try their best to find him, hoping for a fluke. Just in case. It was because they wanted to eliminate this calamity. There was only one way. However, everyone knew about this method, but no one said it out loud. Because it was impossible. The only way was for the Dharma Supreme to give the order to give up on this mission. However, even if they found the Dharma Supreme and captured him, would he give such an order? It was absolutely impossible. Now, there were actually more and more corpses in the ancestral spirit river. On the surface of the river, swarms of flies were attracted by the increasingly strong smell of blood. In addition, there were also countless mosquitoes and other insects. No one knew where these things came from. Once the smell of blood spread out, they instantly swarmed over. A faint stench permeated the entire river. I'll deal with Zhang's body here. Otherwise, I'm afraid a world-ending plague will start from this river. The life river of the double heavens can't be turned into a poisonous river. If that happens, I'm afraid there will be no one in the entire double heavens. Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingrou nodded solemnly. In fact, Chu Yang's statement was still rather conservative. With such a large number of corpses, if no one dealt with them, the consequences would really be unimaginable. Once the plague spread, it would be like a prairie fire. Especially now that the source of the plague was in the ancestral spirit river, the consequences would definitely be more far-reaching. Tianji, remember to inform Elder Wu and Lu and ask them to come over and help. After all, they are the experts in this aspect. I'll be in charge of gathering the corpses, and they'll be in charge of the follow-up work. Also, those from the big clans and the capital city who can be mobilized should all join in. When Chu Yang finished speaking, he let out a long roar and soared into the air, rushing straight down the river. Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingrou cupped their hands and bade farewell. One on the left and one on the right, they quickly disappeared into the distance. Chu Yang let out a loud shout. The river water within a radius of 100 miles churned almost simultaneously. The countless floating corpses in the river were pulled out of the river water one after another as if they were pulled by an invisible hand. They fell pitter-patter onto the riverbank. In just a moment, they had already piled up into a mountain of corpses. Chu Yang didn't delay. Spreading his arms, he quickly flew upstream along the river. He had just cleared a good 50 miles of the river, but he had only flown less than 70 miles when another dense group of floating corpses came over. The river water flowed down at an extremely fast speed to begin with. Now that a large number of corpses had left downstream, the river flowed even faster. The corpses upstream naturally sped up and rushed down. Chu Yang moved again. Another large pile of corpses stood tall on the bank. Then, he continued to move forward as if he was flying. Not far away, there were already large piles of corpses piled up high. In just a short time, there were already 20 to 30 piles of corpses standing tall. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. Just in this short period of time, the number of corpses that had passed through his hands had already exceeded 10,000. Looking over, the river water was still surging, and there were still countless corpses floating over. Downstream, Wu Jueqing and Chu Lu had also arrived. From downstream, they started to deal with the corpses. Puffs of decaying poison mixed with invisible poison were released. Piles of corpses began to melt and disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Putrid smells rose into the sky and were immediately blown away by the strong wind. The poison of rotting corpses was the source of the plague in the first place. It was also the essence of the plague virus extracted from a large number of rotting corpses. Under Wu Jueqing's unparalleled skill in using poison, he had turned the poison of rotting corpses into the best medicine to eliminate the plague. The legendary fighting poison with poison. The real version of the scene. The most ideal was that they would never have to worry about a lack of raw materials and could recycle them over and over again. Further downstream, there were already people who had begun to salvage the corpses and cremate them. Those were the people from the big clans who had begun to move. Those with a discerning eye could also see the potential seriousness of the matter now. More and more people joined in. In the end, it was no longer limited to the people from the big clans. Many benevolent and righteous martial artists also joined in. And these martial artists who joined in actually avoided death due to their unintentional acts of righteousness. Because the law enforcement officers could lay their hands on anyone, but to these people who were dealing with the corpses, even if they were from the big clans, they wouldn't touch them. Such a strange action made the hearts of Emotianji and the others even heavier, because this was definitely an order from the Dharma Supreme. As Chu Yang moved forward, he sped up the process of dealing with the corpses. At the same time, he constantly used his divine senses to detect the source of the battle. Along the way, he had already discovered no less than 7 or 8 battlefields where battles had taken place. He also cleaned them up one by one. But there were basically no living people left in these battlefields. If he wanted to find traces of the higher-ups of the law enforcement officers, he directly disappeared without a trace. His journey was fleeting, and he had already traveled thousands of miles. He moved forward rapidly. Finally, he heard the faint sounds of battle coming from ahead. Since there were still battles, it meant that there were living people or traces of the higher-ups of the law enforcement officers. Chu Yang was energized. He instantly increased his speed and leaped forward like a gust of wind. He saw that there were 2 groups of people fighting each other by the river in front of him. The fight was extremely intense. On one side, there were experts from the law enforcement officers. As for the other side, everyone was dressed in black. They were from the Yi clan. Stop! Chu Yang descended from the sky. It's the Tribulation Sword Master. Retreat. At the command of the leader of the law enforcement officers, everyone actually abandoned their opponents and hurriedly retreated without looking back. Chu Yang was furious. He flew high up in the air and kicked one of them. Then, he waved his hands wildly and hit the last few people. They staggered and fell down. However, the people in front of him had already entered the forest. The branches swayed for a while, and there was no more movement. Where is the Dharma Supreme now? Chu Yang didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with those from the Yi clan whom he had saved. He lifted up the law enforcement officer at his feet and asked hurriedly, "Are you looking for the Dharma Supreme?" A strange smile appeared on that law enforcement officer's face. He said, "Come with me." As he spoke, a trace of black blood suddenly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Then, his body slowly went limp. He actually chose to sever his own heart meridians at the first moment. He was already completely dead. There was still an extremely strange smile on his face. A few hoarse and tragic laughs sounded. The other law enforcement officers who were restrained by Chu Yang also severed their own heart meridians and died at the same time. Poof! Chu Yang let go of his hand. The corpses fell to the ground and rolled for a while. They looked up at the sky with a strange smile on their faces. Their eyes, which were like dead fish, were wide open and emitted a faint color. These law enforcement officers ran away the moment they saw Chu Yang and committed suicide the moment they were caught. They were actually so straightforward. But it was this kind of straightforwardness that made Chu Yang feel an indescribable fear. Yes, it was fear. Even Chu Yang felt fear. If every law enforcement officer was like this, then how could this catastrophe be avoided? Because no matter how many high-level law enforcement officers you found, you wouldn't be able to find the Dharma Supreme by following the clues. If the source wasn't eliminated, the catastrophe would not be averted. Chapter 1663. Thank you, Tribulation Sword Master, for saving our lives. The leading expert of the Yi clan was already covered in wounds. He looked at Chu Yang with a complicated gaze. These people were the members of the Yi clan who had been stationed outside. More than 300 of them had rushed back. But there were less than 30 of them left after this battle. In fact, they would have become part of the pile of corpses by the riverside if Chu Yang hadn't arrived in time. In fact, none of them would have been spared. More than 10 days ago, they received the order to rush back to deal with the Tribulation Sword Master. But this time, at the critical moment of life and death, they were saved by the Tribulation Sword Master. This was really... Although he already knew about the huge changes in this incident on the way here, when it really came down to it, he still had mixed feelings. You should go back quickly. If you see any corpses along the way, dispose of them if you can. Bury them if you can. Don't throw the corpses into the river. You must remember this. Chu Yang waved his hand and shot away without looking back. Along the way, they went through several fights. However, all the law enforcement officers immediately dispersed when they saw Chu Yang. They absolutely didn't want to fight with Chu Yang head-on. They changed places and continued to attack. As for those who didn't run away or were caught by Chu Yang, they also went on their way. The road to the netherworld. Chu Yang had killed many law enforcement officers along the way. But in the face of the world, it was still a drop in the bucket. He was really at his wit's end. When he really did it, it was really troublesome. Unexpectedly, there was a gust of wind behind him. It was Wu Jueqing, his white robe fluttering in the air. Most of the corpses have been disposed of, but those that aren't in sight are beyond our reach. Wu Jueqing sighed. Such madness. The Dharma Supreme is definitely crazy. How could he do it? I really don't know what he's thinking. Chu Lu'er's face was pale. She bent over and vomited. She was still a little girl. Although her talent and intelligence were far superior to ordinary people, when she saw so many corpses and had to deal with them personally, Chu Lu'er was already holding on. It would have been better if she hadn't seen Chu Yang. But the moment she saw her brother here, a sense of dependence welled up in her heart. She couldn't suppress the feeling of disgust in her heart and immediately vomited. Chu Yang patted Chu Lu'er's back considerately. At the same time, he said to Wu Jueqing, but since things have already developed to this stage, we can only go with the flow. Senior Wu is a capable person, so I'll have to trouble you. Rob the world. This is something that cannot be shirked from in the first place. Even though it's already a thing of the past, my heart is still the same, said Wu Jueqing. Then, he looked at Chu Lu'er with pity. Wu Jueqing said, let this old man handle this matter on his own. Downstream, there were already members of the Yi clan who were using the corpse-decomposing powder to dispose of the corpses. Let Lu'er rest for a while. She's still a little girl after all. Even without her help, it won't take too much time. No, I want to go. Chu Lu'er said stubbornly. Although the little girl's body was weak from vomiting, and she was leaning on Chu Yang's body, she still insisted on participating in the operation. Senior, I think we should let Lu'er go too. Chu Yang's heart ached a little, but he still said resolutely, we're all children of the martial world. We'll have to face these things sooner or later. Now that we're at the juncture of the demonic tribulation, any bit of help is needed. I believe that Lu'er's help is definitely not to be ignored. Wu Jueqing sighed. As Chu Lu'er's teacher, how could he not know his disciple's ability? But he really couldn't bear to let this little girl face such a cruel reality too much. Although the Dharma Supreme has made up his mind to cleanse the entire heavenly layer, his original intention is probably not to destroy the entire heavenly layer. The main reason why he gave the order to only kill people and not dispose of the corpses is probably to use this method to tie us down. Now, it seems that this move of his is very effective. Chu Yang said, because of this move, we have no choice but to do as he says. Otherwise, the plague will rise within 3 days at the latest. Once the plague appears, it may sweep through the entire continent within a few days. If the entire heavenly layer is engulfed in a large-scale plague, then that will be the real doomsday for mankind. Then, everything will really be over. Yes, it's precisely because we thought of this that it's especially suffocating. There was fury and regret in Wu Jueqing's eyes. The reason why he gathered most of the corpses in this ancestral spirit river is probably because of this. It's easier for us to clean up. This bastard has really thought of everything. I don't think I'm as intelligent as him either. He's really fucking worthy of being Tribulation's brains back then. I can't help but admire him. Both of them sighed at the same time. According to the latest news, the big clans have already sent out orders. On one hand, the big clans are stopping the law enforcement officers from doing evil. On the other hand, they are calling for the world to dispose of the corpses properly. On the other hand, the law enforcement officers are not making things difficult for those who dispose of the corpses. This news undoubtedly exposed the Dharma Supreme's motive even more. But even though the Dharma Supreme's motive has been completely exposed, he doesn't care about it at all. This is no longer a conspiracy, but an open conspiracy. An open conspiracy that we have no choice but to accept. Chu Yang smashed his fist on the ground. One had to admit that the Dharma Supreme's open intentions were even more difficult to deal with, or even impossible to deal with, and they could only deal with it passively. It was as if they had to do whatever the Dharma Supreme asked them to do. The more outstanding a person was, the more difficult it was to guard against them once they did evil. They even had to help them in their actions, even if they didn't want to, because even if they stopped him, they would also be helping him. This was what gave them a huge headache. The discussion between the three of them could also be considered as a short break. Then, they went their separate ways. This time, Chu Lu'er also had to act on her own. After all, the area was too big. If they could move in one more direction, they would have more strength. On the other hand, people from the big clans had also started to move around to dispose of the corpses. However, most of the experts were gathering at the same place. Flames of war were rising everywhere in the world. Gu Duxing and the rest split into 2 directions and charged out. On one hand, they were disposing of the corpses to prevent the appearance of a plague, and on the other hand, they were searching for traces of the higher-ups of the law enforcement officers. However, the situation they encountered was exactly the same as Chu Yang and the rest. As long as the kidnappers appeared, the law enforcement officers would immediately leave. Even if it meant giving them a few lives, they would immediately leave without a trace. As for those law enforcement officers who were caught, when they saw that there was no hope of escaping, they all committed suicide at once. They didn't even give you a chance to ask questions. It was just that straightforward. This kind of thing made Gu Duxing and the others feel aggrieved, depressed, sad, and regretful. The martial world was already extremely chaotic at this moment. North of the capital, beside the official road. It was right beside the dense forest where Chu Yang and Yi Zue had fought previously. Yu Lingxue, who was dressed in clothes whiter than snow, no longer had his usual handsome and suave look. With a face full of rage, he suppressed dozens of law enforcement officers. Speak. Where is the Dharma Supreme? In front of him, just his surging aura alone was enough to make these law enforcement experts not dare to move at all. Yu Lingxue had not truly been so furious for 10,000 years. The power of his fury at this moment was simply earth-shattering. The leader of the law enforcement officers laughed bitterly. Master Yu, you really shouldn't be asking me about this. It's not like you don't know what kind of organization we law enforcement officers are. It's also not like you don't know what kind of person the Dharma Supreme is. It's also futile for you to ask me. Why waste that energy? Just give me a quick death. It won't waste your time and won't delay my journey. Smack. Yu Lingxue slapped him on the face and said furiously, "Why would that bastard make such a crazy decision? Why? Tell me." That person laughed and said, Master Yu, the Dharma Supreme's orders are law in this world. No one can disobey. Whoever dares to disobey, we brothers will chop him up. Whatever the Dharma Supreme says, we will do. Not to mention killing a few people, even if it's to destroy this world. As long as the Dharma Supreme says it, there must be a reason. We will do it. There's no need for so many whys. Do we still need to repeatedly explain such a simple principle? Yu Lingxue was so angry that he was trembling all over. He shouted hoarsely, Nonsense? It's fine if you bastards kill people from big clans. But why do you even want to kill those innocent martial artists? It's fine if you kill them, but why do you have to leave corpses all over the place and not even bother to clean up? Do you know what will become of this continent if this goes on? He roared angrily. Law enforcement officers have protected the world for 100,000 years. Do you intend to completely destroy it in these few days? What are your intentions? What are the Dharma Supreme's intentions? Don't you feel guilty for doing such a deranged and inhumane thing? A hint of guilt flashed across that law enforcement officer's eyes for the first time. He said in a low voice, Since the Dharma Supreme has arranged it, we will do so. As for the reason, there's no need to know. Master Yu's sincere and chivalrous advice is admirable. However, no matter how powerful you and Master Feng are, it's just the two of you. It's impossible for you to change the world's situation. He laughed loudly. Since Master Yu has appeared, I no longer have any hopes of escaping. I might as well die here to appease the world. After saying that, he slapped his own head into smithereens. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices on his distorted face, and he revealed a strange smile. Master Yu, is there really right and wrong in this world? Haha. Before he finished his last sentence, he was already dead. Chapter 1664. Shocked, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro tried their best to stop them. However, even with the Moon Breeze couple's strength, they were only able to stop 4 people. Even these 4 people, after failing to commit suicide, actually chose to sever their own heart meridians and finally set foot on the road to the netherworld. So resolute. Looking at the scattered corpses in front of them, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro felt cold all over. The two of them had just reached the periphery of the capital when this catastrophe had already erupted. At first, they didn't expect things to be so serious. Later on, when the commotion became bigger and bigger, the two of them flew out to investigate, only to find out that the whole world had changed in a single night. The two of them didn't even have time to enter the capital and immediately started to obstruct from all sides. However, even if the two of them had heaven-defying means and peerless cultivation, they still couldn't stop this large-scale chaos that had erupted in all directions. Looking at the fresh blood flowing under their feet and many lives ending in an instant, Yu Lingxue roared madly at the sky, Dharma Supreme, you bastard, what are you trying to do? Come out and fight with me. Dharma Supreme, even if you have your reasons, even if you have grievances, even if you have hatred, but what crimes did this world commit? What crimes did the common people commit? Why do you have to be so deranged? You bastard, come out now. Yu Lingxue's inexplicably sorrowful and indignant voice spread far and wide. His angry roar shook the area within 1,000 miles. The clouds in the sky seemed to have also been shaken by this sorrowful roar and actually started to rain. After a long time, Feng Yuro comforted him softly, Let's go into the capital first. The catastrophe is already a foregone conclusion. With just the two of us, it's completely useless. We have to gather together to discuss a solution. Yu Lingxue sighed helplessly at the sky. The cold rain fell on his mouth, but he felt bitterness and helplessness from the bottom of his heart. The two of them buried the corpses of the law enforcement officers in the rain. With a long roar, they ran towards the capital. After the two of them left, a long sigh came from one side of the forest. Inside, under a big tree, the Dharma Supreme stood quietly in his black robe. The rain poured down and landed on him. He just stood there, motionless. He didn't even circulate his energy to ward off the rain, causing his whole body to be soaked. He was in a sorry state. In this dark place, he slowly lifted his feet and walked out step by step. The Dharma Supreme had a complicated expression on his face as he looked at the new tombstones on the ground. He stood there quietly, not saying a word. The rain fell on his body crazily, but he remained motionless. Right at this moment, a magnificent sword light suddenly appeared in the distance. Gu Duxing asked coldly, "Who's in front?" Before he could finish his words, he had already arrived before Zhang Xian. "So it's you. I've finally found you." Gu Duxing's black dragon's sword lit up, and he said sternly, "Dharma Supreme, revoke your ridiculous order." The Dharma Supreme's black robes fluttered in the wind. He looked at Gu Duxing with an extremely complicated expression before he retreated. It was just a glance. There was helplessness, envy, and cold calmness. Gu Duxing roared, and the black dragon sword flashed fiercely. At this moment, the dazzling brightness of the sword light actually completely overshadowed the lightning in the sky, rushing towards the Dharma Supreme. The raindrops were stimulated by his aura and turned into sharp blades that could cut a human body. They all attacked together. In the midst of the sword light, the Dharma Supreme's face flashed indifferently. Gu Duxing clearly saw that the Dharma Supreme looked at him with a smile and approval. Then, as if the ground had shrunk, the Dharma Supreme quickly distanced himself from Gu Duxing's sword. The sword light was still flashing, but the Dharma Supreme retreated with his hands behind his back. In an instant, he was already 1,000 feet away. Gu Duxing came over on his sword with a thunderous momentum. "Dharma Supreme, don't go, don't go." But the Dharma Supreme had already mysteriously disappeared in the rain, completely disappearing without a trace. Gu Duxing's sword moved horizontally, like a bolt of lightning, giving chase. As a sword-grade supreme, the speed of man and sword as one was definitely at the highest level in the world. But even with such astonishing speed, the Dharma Supreme's black figure could still be seen from afar at the very beginning, but after a while, it completely disappeared. Gu Duxing chased for a distance of 1,000 miles, but there was no trace of him at all. The surroundings were as silent as a ghost town. Gu Duxing stood in the rain, feeling a little lonely. The Dharma Supreme's current cultivation was actually much, much higher than his. This time, the Dharma Supreme did not attack him. He did not even have the intention to attack him. Then, what Mo Tianji said about the Dharma Supreme's mentality was basically something that was set in stone. Thinking about the look the Dharma Supreme gave him when he faced his sword light, that indescribable sense of envy, praise, and that complicated and pained expression, Gu Duxing did not know what to feel at this moment. He actually felt a little bitter and a little sad. He could not help but roar to the sky. "I know what you mean. I understand how you feel. But what you are doing now, are you trying to destroy the everlasting reputation that you and your brothers have built? I know you want compensation. We all know you are upset. But even if you kill everyone in the world, will you be able to go back?" Gu Duxing shouted, "Dharma Supreme, I know you can hear me. Let me ask you, even if you kill everyone in the world, will you be able to go back? Answer me. Why don't you answer me? You cannot answer me, but can you not answer your own heart? Your heart must also desperately want to know the answer." In a dense forest about 10 miles away from where Gu Duxing was, the Dharma Supreme, dressed in black, sat quietly under a big tree, as if he had melted into this boundless rain. His face was filled with endless melancholy and an indescribable bitter smile. "Can't go back, can't go back, can't go back." Her. The silent, bitter smile. The corners of his eyes were a little bright. He raised his head, and the pouring rain hit his face just like that. "The world is vast, and I am the only one left here." The Dharma Supreme felt the slight pain of the rain hitting his face. For a moment, sorrow came from his heart. "All of you are not here anymore. Only I am here. I will never be able to compare to Wu Jueqing. He still has a chance to meet his brothers, but I can never go back, nor can I catch up to him. I don't have the face to see all of you anymore. My heart? Do I still have a heart?" Her. The Dharma Supreme's body rose abruptly. With a sudden turn in the rain, he disappeared without a trace with a swoosh. Gu Duxing shouted twice and waited quietly just like that. But after a long time, the Dharma Supreme still did not appear. The sound of something breaking through the air kept coming. Duxing, have you found the Dharma Supreme? It was Xie Danqiong who rushed over. Where is the Dharma Supreme? Is he not here? Dong Wushang also rushed over. After a while, even Imo Tianji rushed over. Brother Jia was actually here. No, I lost him. Gu Duxing sighed. The Dharma Supreme's current cultivation is really too terrifying. It has already exceeded the scope of my knowledge. There is no way to catch up at all. What did the Dharma Supreme say? From start to end, the Dharma Supreme only looked at me once and left. Gu Duxing's voice was filled with melancholy. I could clearly feel that there was envy in that glance. Sigh. The brothers sighed from the bottom of their hearts. If the Dharma Supreme had been doing evil all the time, it would have been fine. However, there was a great reason for his actions now, and he had the same experience as everyone else. This made everyone sigh involuntarily, thinking of the Dharma Supreme's tens of thousands of years of painstaking planning to avenge his brothers, exhausting the world and his entire life, only to realize at the last moment that he had actually made a huge mistake. Then, he hysterically and crazily took revenge on this world that he had originally protected. Everyone felt anger and hatred in their hearts, but also a little heartache for him. If the Dharma Supreme was as detestable and hateful as he was, if he was as deserving of pity and sympathy, a pitiful person would definitely have some hateful aspects. But a hateful person, but he might not necessarily be deserving of sympathy and pity. Such a person could be said to be a combination of contradictions that had never been seen before. It was believed that from ancient times till now, and even after millions of years, there might not be another one like him. The chaos continued. Not only did it not show any signs of subsiding, it instead became more and more intense. Because the Dharma Supreme had given another order, an even crazier order. Even if it meant sacrificing human lives, they had to completely attack the foundations of all the super clans within 3 days. Otherwise, all the participants would collectively commit suicide. Within 3 days, all blood payers who participated in the attack would receive double the rewards. Once this order was given, the law enforcement officers immediately went crazy. Within a night's time, the stalemate between both sides was completely broken. This night was even crazier than the previous night. Countless law enforcers rushed forward one after another. They had gone crazy. The original confrontation was no longer effective. Even if there were only 3 to 5 law enforcement officers, they actually dared to charge towards hundreds of experts. Even if they knew that they were going to die, they still had to charge. Some law enforcement officers who attacked the headquarters of the superclans directly used their own bodies as weapons and charged upwards. Once they charged up, they would disintegrate into pieces. Even if their lives could only break a stone or a brick on the walls of the headquarters of the superclans, they would not hesitate to do so. Under such a tragic attack, the superclans were in a mess. The superclans had been living like kings for tens of thousands of years. Although the law enforcement officers had more power than the superclans, they had been constantly on the move in the martial world all these years. Compared to the law enforcement officers, not to mention their martial strength, even their mentality and that kind of ruthlessness were far superior. Moreover, with the Dharma Supreme's pressure, the law enforcement officers frantically came from all directions to help, and blood payers rushed over. In the latter half of the night, the situation was already one-sided. In the wee hours of the morning, news came from the Chen clan. The headquarters of the Chen clan had been completely destroyed. Only a middle-grade supreme martial artist and a few upper-grade supreme martial artists escaped. The rest were all slaughtered. More than 300,000 people in the headquarters of the Chen clan were all burned to the ground. It was said that the smell of burnt flesh permeated thousands of miles of land. When this news reached the capital, Chen Yingfeng, the founder of the Chen clan, blacked out and vomited a mouthful of blood before collapsing. Speaking of which, there is an event at the end of the month and Fengling may have to go out. The time is not fixed yet. I will work hard to save up my manuscripts and strive to keep updating during the event. Gee. Chapter 1665. The faces of Yi Chanshin and the others were as dark as still water. They couldn't contain their anger. The law enforcement officers were really so ruthless? They didn't leave any leeway at all. When the sun had just risen, news came from their home. Their home had also fallen. Then, it was news of the Zhuge clan's fall. The Ling clan was also in an abnormal state of battle. They were in imminent danger and could collapse at any time. Dark clouds covered the entire sky of the continent, and murderous intent filled the air. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. In the entire continent, there was only the capital. Just a few days ago, it was still the most dangerous capital. But now, it had actually become the safest capital. In fact, this was not surprising. This gathering was where the most outstanding martial artists of the upper three heavens were gathered except for the big clans. Especially after a day and night of fighting, with the involvement of super experts such as Tribulation and Wu Jueqing and Moonbreeze. The martial artists who were gathered to participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting also took action one after another, gradually forming a tyrannical tide of resistance. The law enforcement officers' forces were defeated. In the late afternoon, after a sudden downpour, the law enforcers from the Du side vanished without a trace in an extremely short period of time. They weren't completely wiped out. Instead, they retreated collectively. Although the law enforcement officers had retreated from the capital, it was still impossible for the people in the capital to leave if they wanted to. After the law enforcement officers left the capital, they immediately went into hiding and lay in ambush in extremely secretive places. However, they still kept a close watch on the movements in the capital. They only allowed people to enter the capital, but they definitely didn't allow those who entered the capital to leave. For a moment, the capital had inexplicably become a forbidden area. No one was allowed to leave no matter which direction it was. In this period of time, because of the Tianding Grand Meeting, only a large number of people would enter and very few people would leave. After such a lockdown, it seemed even more strict and crowded, because at every moment, a large number of people who didn't know what was going on would enter. Or perhaps it could be described like this. At this moment, the capital, it had become a huge prison. There were people who could enter, but not people who could leave. The ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Yingfeng, broke out of the encirclement in the middle of the night. He wanted to go back to his family to take a look. However, at the border of the capital, he was intercepted by the high-level powerhouses of the law enforcement officers. After the ancestor of the Qin clan, who was already at the peak stage, killed dozens of law enforcers, he was finally besieged by several high-level supreme beings of the law enforcers. In the end, he returned with serious injuries. It was only then that everyone knew about the blockade formed by the enforcers. Against this blockade, Mo Tianji came up with a plan. He arranged the army formation and made Zhuge Sangqiang and the others act as if they were returning to reinforce the Zhuge clan. Then, Wu Jueqing, Moonbreeze, and the others would secretly follow them along the way. Along the way, Diwu Qingru was prepared to act according to the situation, with the intention of luring the snake out of its hole. With the accompaniment of these three experts, even if the Dharma Supreme were to come in person, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. Everyone's most ideal plan was, of course, to be able to restrain the Dharma Supreme and settle the matter once and for all. However, this time, the enforcers did not do anything at all. There was no way to stop him. They were allowed to come and go as they wished. In the end, everyone had no choice but to retreat. Everyone could not help but follow Zhuge Sangqiang to the Zhuge clan. Zhuge Sangqiang wanted to go back to the Zhuge clan to take a look. However, the moment he left the group, he was immediately ambushed. Luckily, he escaped back with all his might. It was only because everyone came to his rescue that he was spared. After a few rounds of probing, the results were more or less the same. The enforcers were extremely astute. In the few operations, not to mention waiting for the Dharma Supreme to appear, they did not even encounter a single one of the enforcers who were first-grade supreme martial artists and above. However, as long as it was a team of super experts accompanying them, the result would definitely be heavy losses or even total annihilation. Faced with such a situation, everyone was completely helpless. Xiao Qinyu, Qin Yingfeng, Zhuge Sangqiang, Ling Muyang, and Qiu, these few ancestors of the great clans, were even more furious at this result. It was just that their chests were about to explode, but there was nothing they could do. They could only sigh helplessly. In the battles outside the capital, the enforcers who were exceptionally strong individually had the complete upper hand. With the powerful strength of the enforcers and the blood payers in the world, this force was simply unstoppable. Furthermore, they attacked without any regard for their lives. In just a few days, they had secured victory. Then, they secured victory. Now, the Chen clan, Shao clan and Zhuge clan were all destroyed. Although the Ling clan was still alive, they were also in a mess and in danger of being annihilated at any time. Now, the only clan that could still be considered intact among the great clans was the Yi clan. However, everyone knew that this was only temporary stability for the Yi clan. After the enforcers had completely wiped out the other clans, that crazy spearhead would be directed at the capital. Once all their forces were gathered, the Yi clan's annihilation would be imminent. Even though everyone knew what was going on, they could not do anything about it. On the 5th day, the remnants of the Zhuge clan, who were closest to the capital, desperately broke through the siege and entered the capital. When Zhuge Sangqiong saw this, he immediately trembled all over and tears flowed down his face. He couldn't help but cry. The situation of this remnant force was really too tragic. The Zhuge clan had tens of thousands of years of foundation and tens of thousands of experts, but in the end, only a mere 73 people broke through the siege and arrived at the capital. Moreover, almost every one of them was riddled with injuries and looked haggard. Many of them were like skeletons. There were also 2 people who, after finally arriving at the capital, suddenly relaxed due to their serious injuries and actually fell into a deep sleep. A dream. What about the rest? Zhuge Sangqiong trembled and asked with a sliver of hope. More than 70 people knelt down and cried at the same time. Elder Master, the Zhuge clan is finished. Zhuge Sangqiong's face suddenly turned pale. With trembling lips, he asked, could it be the entire clan, men and women, old and young, are all wiped out? After the Zhuge clan's second-grade supreme martial artist said this, Zhuge Sangqiong's throat made a gurgling sound, as if he wanted to curse and howl, but in the end, he didn't say anything. His throat gurgled a few times, and his face suddenly flushed red. Then, he fell backward stiffly. That very afternoon, the remnants of the Chen clan finally arrived at the capital. When Chen Yingfeng saw them, his body, which was already seriously injured, couldn't take it anymore. Without even asking, he fainted. Or rather, it was a little inappropriate to say that the Chen clan's remnants were the remnants, because only a total of 3 people escaped from the Chen clan's headquarters. 1 second-grade supreme martial artist and 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists. As for the rest, hundreds of thousands of people, just like the Zhuge clan, no one survived. The Chen clan, the mountains within a radius of thousands of miles, have completely sunk into a sea of fire. It's too tragic. It's really too tragic. The smell of barbecued human flesh can be smelled within a radius of thousands of miles. This is a blood feud, a blood feud. That second-grade supreme martial artist from the Chen clan had tears all over his face. He was on the verge of breaking down, barely able to support himself as he said these words. As for the other 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists, they were seriously injured and had traveled a long distance. Once they arrived, they fainted. However, at least they didn't die immediately. They only fell into a deep coma due to exhaustion of energy. Everyone's faces were as heavy as water. The sky was dark and gloomy. Chu Yang's face was equally gloomy. The Chen clan was the clan that Z had sworn to exterminate that day. For the sake of Wei Wuyin's blood feud, the Chen clan's ending seemed to have been decided long ago. However, before Z could go there, it was completely destroyed by the Dharma Supreme's hands. Or rather, it was destroyed by the Dharma Supreme's one order. Moreover, it was the most tragic clan among all the clans. Out of hundreds of thousands of people, only 3 managed to escape in the end. Only 3 people. Chu Yang didn't even want to say shit me. Sympathy? Pity? Or regret that he didn't personally take revenge? All his thoughts turned into a long sigh. If Chu Yang had gone there personally to take revenge, He believed that the Chun clan wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Chu Yang might kill all the martial artists in his rage, but to the elderly, the weak, the women, the children, and the defenseless, Chu Yang wouldn't touch them. This had nothing to do with soft-heartedness. It was just a person's bottom line. However, the Dharma Supreme was so thorough. He didn't even leave a single strand of human hair behind. He cut the weeds and uprooted the roots, not sparing even the fowls and dogs. On the third day after the people from the Chen clan arrived, the remaining people from the Shao clan from the southeast also finally arrived. They were slightly better off than the Zhuge clan and the Qin clan, with about 100 people. In an instant, they all became a sea of hatred. Strong curses and vicious curses filled the entire capital city. Then, the remaining people from the Shao clan also arrived. The Shao clan's situation was slightly better. In the end, more than 500 people broke through the encirclement and entered. Such a number of people made the eyes of Qin Yingfeng, Zhuge Sangqiang, and the others red with envy. Based on the fact that our clan was almost completely wiped out, how could your clan have so many people left? This kind of unreasonable jealousy made Xiu fly into a rage. If not for everyone's persuasion, a super internal strife would have started. However, when news of the Ling clan arrived, Ling Muyang replaced Xiu and became the target of public criticism. The battle was over. Although the headquarters of the Ling clan was inevitably destroyed and the casualties were extremely heavy, almost all of the elderly, women, and children in the clan were injured. And after pleading with the Ling clan, all of them moved to the original location of the Li clan and settled down. Currently, many of the remaining elites of the Ling clan rushed over to the capital city through the night. This news made the eyes of Xiao Chunyu and the others red with envy. They looked at Ling Muyang as if they were looking at a traitor. Based on the fact that you killed all of our clan members, but not your clan members? Your family's women and children are women and children, but are my family's women and children all supreme martial artists? What exactly is the difference between you, Ling Muyang, and the Dharma Supreme? Or, Ling Muyang was almost driven mad by such unreasonable remarks. Moreover, there was no way he could defend himself. After a huge argument, he simply led his clansmen to the inn where the Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang and the others were staying. He was so furious that his hair stood on end. Chapter 1666. Brothers who have been together for more than 10,000 years, how can you say something as ridiculous as colluding with the Dharma Supreme to harm your brother's clan? Was my family not destroyed? Was no one in my family dead? If not for the fact that he was still concerned about the big picture, Ling Muyang would have drawn his sword and cut off all ties with them on the spot. Sword Master Chu, tell me, what kind of ridiculous logic is this? Ling Muyang was still so angry that his chest was heaving up and down and his eyes were wide open even after 3 rounds of drinking. Chu Yang and the others could only smile bitterly in response. When a person has suffered a huge blow, their mentality would definitely be different from usual. Moreover, the more it was like this, the more the despicable side of human nature would be exposed. And at this moment, Xiao Qinyu, Zhuge Sangqiang, Qin Yingfeng and the others were undoubtedly having such a mentality. My family is all dead. Why isn't your family dead? This was a special mentality that was extremely unreasonable. However, at a time like this mentality was the most common. Especially after their family was destroyed, when they saw the happiness of other people's families, they couldn't wait to destroy them. There were even people who put this narrow-minded and unreasonable mentality into action, resulting in many tragedies in the human world. In other words, this was antisocial, anti-ethical, and anti-human behavior. Qin Yingfeng and the others were also 10,000-year-old monsters. Their mentality was naturally much stronger than ordinary people. However, at this moment, when faced with the sudden destruction of their clans and the destruction of their countless efforts over 10,000 years, this kind of extreme mentality was no different from ordinary people. In fact, it was even more serious, even more extreme. However, why did the law enforcement officers only let my Ling clan off? This is something that even I can't understand. After Ling Muyang scolded them, he actually still felt a little lucky and thankful. Of course, he was even more puzzled. I don't seem to have any relationship with the Dharma Supreme, Ling Muyang muttered to himself. Chu Yang, Emo Tianji, and the others smiled bitterly at each other. At first glance, it seemed very strange that the Dharma Supreme let the Ling clan off. However, they all understood that although the Dharma Supreme seemed deranged now, he still had very strict rules and principles. The reason why the Ling clan didn't suffer large-scale casualties was because the Ling clan didn't have many evil deeds in these 10,000 years. Besides, it was also because Ling Muyang had lived his life in the martial world with a clear conscience. This undoubtedly played a very important role as well. Also, the Ling family was located in the extreme north, and Ling Muyang's upbringing was very strict. Even if there were some foppish sons in the clan, their evil deeds would not be exposed. Over the past 10,000 years, the accumulated evil deeds were few and far between. This caused the Ling family to be in such a calamity that almost engulfed the entire heavenly layer. In the end, he barely managed to escape. Although they had also paid the price of tens of thousands of warriors, they were much luckier than the other major clans. However, there was no need to say this out loud. No matter what the Dharma Supreme did, no matter what his standpoint was, no matter what his original intention was, but now that things had come to this, no one would let him off. The Dharma Supreme, no matter how great his difficulties were, the loss of tens of millions of lives, and the lives of the elites of the heavenly layer at that, had to be borne by the Dharma Supreme. Purge the world with blood. These 4 words. Usually, he would only say it when he was angry. In fact, he had said it before. It was rare for someone to try it out, but now, the Dharma Supreme had actually done it. And he was still doing it, continuing to do it. The so-called Tianding Grand Meeting now existed only in name. Everyone was rubbing their palms and sharpening their swords, waiting for the law enforcement officers to come in large numbers so that they could fight to the death in the capital. Such a peerless villain, he must not be allowed to live in this world anymore. There would be endless trouble. Now, the so-called reinforcement from all sides had long been a complete joke. It was completely meaningless. They might as well wait here and fight to the death with the enemy. In fact, this was originally the idea that Chu Yang and Emo Tianji had suggested back then, but it was rejected by Yi Chanshin and the rest. However, the current situation forced everyone to this step. Thinking of what Chu Yang said more than 10 days ago and Diwu Qingrou's more than once suggestion, Yi Chanshin and the rest were all filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, why did they do it back then? If they had acted earlier, at least, they could have saved some of the clan's elites. It was still the same saying. You could find any kind of medicine in this world, but the medicine of regret was really nowhere to be found. The enemy dares to die, but we don't dare to fight with our lives. We've already lost our voice. Instead of having many ways to block us, we might as well gather our forces in one place. We can reduce the number of targets we can attack, gather all our strength, and fight point to point. This way, we might still have a chance of survival. If our forces are scattered and the super clans do their own thing, we can expect to be wiped out. If we want to save all of them, the result is that we can't save all of them. In this chaotic world, we have to give up something. Where there's life, there's hope. These were the words that Chu Yang asked Diwu Qingrou to bring back that day. At that time, although the law enforcement officers had already started to target them, the ancestors still stubbornly believed that a wise man like the Dharma Supreme wouldn't be so unwise and completely disregard the loss of his own forces. Or was he venting something? Or was he doing something important? Or even just to cater to the extraterrestrial demons and collect a large amount of soul power of the dead? It was definitely impossible for him to really wipe out all the super clans. After all, the price to pay for that was too high. The losses outweighed the gains. Just the 4 words, the losses outweighed the gains, were already a military strategy that couldn't be used. Perhaps after a few days of madness, the Dharma Supreme would stop after achieving his goal. Therefore, although everyone was anxious and pained by the loss of their own side, they did not despair in their bones. After all, in the past 10,000 years, if the Dharma Supreme really wanted to wipe out the super clans, he had plenty of better opportunities. Just based on the current situation, there might be better options. Just like now, where the enemy lost 800 men and the self lost 1,000 men, how could there be any benefits to speak of? Since he didn't do it when the benefits were greater, what more now? Not to mention that the Dharma Supreme's greatest enemy was ultimately the Tribulation Swordmaster. Even if the super clans were eyesores, they were ultimately secondary enemies. Moreover, they had cooperated with each other for thousands of years. Allying with secondary enemies and attacking the main enemy was a battle strategy that had never changed since ancient times. This was also the biggest reason why the super clans were willing to put aside their old grudges and join forces with Chu Yang, because the Dharma Supreme was their current main enemy. Therefore, the ancestors didn't take Chu Yang's warning too seriously. Even Chun Yingfeng once sneered and said, "Tribulation Sword Master's words are probably a blatant lie. If we really gather all our elite experts here, how would we be able to resist? It's equivalent to giving away our own land for free. What's the benefit?" Perhaps there are benefits too. This move would be convenient for the Tribulation Sword Master, as he can borrow a knife to wipe out the super clans without any effort. What a good plan. Even in the face of a great enemy, he can still come up with such a brilliant plan to reduce the strength of his allies. Admirable, admirable. As soon as he said this, a few ancestors immediately sneered. Although they didn't say it out loud, they were actually expressing their agreement in their hearts. Even someone as composed as Diwu Qingru could only be speechless when faced with such a situation. If someone was so narrow-minded to this extent, and there were many people who were the same, then no matter what kind of misfortune this group of people would encounter in the end, they would really only have themselves to blame. Diwu Qingru's words were definitely not referring to Chu Yang. Now, after the super clans were wiped out, everyone was bitterly regretting their past actions. Why did you all come earlier? At most, Chu Yang had the heavy pill. There was no medicine for regret. Even if there was medicine for regret, it probably wouldn't be given to this bunch of people. At this point, even though Diwu Qingru was disheartened, he could only choose to collect his emotions. He excused himself and returned to the Diwu clan to gather the defeated soldiers. In the future, he could only wait quietly for the moment when the final battle with the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers came. At this time, there was really no need for any strategy. Besides, now that everyone had gone crazy, who could still calmly analyze what was going on? What was there to plan? Even if they still used him as a military advisor, what was the point of his orders being obeyed in public but disobeyed in private? It was definitely impossible to be united again, because the people's hearts had already collapsed. People who were even jealous that their 10,000-year-old brother's clan was not wiped out. What else could he say? What else could he say? What else could he say? Strength. Now, only strength is left. Just as Diwu Qingru walked out of the Yi clan, Chu Yang was in the inn, thinking about the comparison of strength between both parties. From the news brought back by Gu Duxing, Chu Yang could feel a sincere sense of oppression. As a sword-grade supreme martial artist, Gu Duxing's strength was definitely at the peak of the strongest in the heavenly layer. However, according to him, the Dharma Supreme's current strength was far above his. Also, when he fought with the Dharma Supreme previously, he was also far from being a match for the Dharma Supreme, which confirmed Gu Duxing's words. If he continued to deduce based on this, the final battle of the Tianding Grand Meeting that the Dharma Supreme had mentioned earlier would be somewhat dangerous for him and the others. The Dharma Supreme owed, and the Dharma Supreme felt guilty. The target was his big brother, his brothers, and it seemed to have nothing to do with him. Perhaps there would be a little bit of affection, but as the Dharma Supreme had said, when the time came, he would definitely not show mercy. Moreover, Chu Yang disdained the victory that was given to him by the enemy, and so did his brothers. Since things had already come to this, facing his brothers would be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Therefore, the most urgent thing now was to improve their strength as much as possible. Their current strength was far from enough, and there were only a few days left. Time was too short. However, if they blindly relied on heavy elixirs to improve their strength, even if they could improve further, they would not be able to reach the level that the Dharma Supreme was at now. According to Gu Duxing's description, Chu Yang could imagine that after the Dharma Supreme killed the extraterrestrial demon, He must have absorbed the extraterrestrial demon's divine spirit, and his strength improved greatly again. Chapter 1667. Another crucial point was that the Dharma Supreme was so familiar with his killer move, the Tribulation Sword technique. It could be said that he knew himself and his enemy. However, he only knew himself and did not know his enemy. He could only rely on brute force. The only advantage he had was the Tribulation Sword. However, this advantage was obviously not very useful to the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme, who was also familiar with the sharpness of the Tribulation Sword, would definitely not be so stupid as to go head-on against Chu Yang's divine sword. Chu Yang frowned and walked out of the room. He came to a room and knocked on the door. The door opened. Yu Lingxue appeared in front of the door. "Swordmaster Chu? You're here." Chu Yang smiled and flashed into the room. Feng Yuro was in the room, looking out the window with a worried expression. When she saw Chu Yang enter, she quickly got up to welcome him. Chu Yang did not waste any more words. He simply took out 2 big jade bottles and placed them on the table. "Elder Yu, this is the spring of life, and it's a fully matured spring of life." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Speaking of which, this matter has been on my mind for a very long time. Finally, when I obtained the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword, I managed to catalyze the spring of life by chance. This can be considered as settling one of my worries." "Spring of life? It's really the spring of life?" Feng Yuro turned around abruptly. Looking at the 2 jade bottles on the table, she actually felt that it was unreal. The 2 of them had been cultivating the Moon Breeze dual cultivation technique for a long time. All this time, they had been unable to break through the bottleneck. As a result, all the blood in their bodies had been converted into cultivation. As a result, they had lost the opportunity to have children. The couple had been brooding over this matter for 10,000 years, and the only hope to break through this obstacle was the legendary Spring of Life. However, legend had it that the Spring of Life was a sacred item of the fairy race. The fairy race had long disappeared in the long river of history. The 2 of them had long given up hope, until they discovered by chance that Chu Yang actually had the spiritual spring. Only then did they have some hope. But it was only hope. Although the spiritual spring and the spring of life only had a difference of 1 word, their effects were worlds apart. Even after tens of thousands of years, it might not evolve into the spring of life. But he really didn't expect that Chu Yang would bring over the spring of life after only a year. Is it really the spring of life? Yu Lingxue also became excited. He rushed over and almost collided with his wife. When the bottle was opened, a dazzling glow similar to that of moonlight emerged. A refreshing and elegant fragrance slowly diffused into the air. The moment they smelled this fragrance, they instantly felt their bodies relax. It was as if every single cell in their bodies was cheering and increasing their vitality. It really is the spring of life. Feng Yuro was so excited that her voice was trembling, and her pretty face was flushed red. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yang gratefully. "Chu Yang, thank you very much. The Yu clan is finally going to have an heir." Chu Yang coughed a few times and felt that his face was a little red, but it was because of embarrassment. Although a certain king of hell's skin was thick, he still blushed at this moment. "It seems like this Yu family's offspring is a matter between you two. You two can discuss it yourselves. I really couldn't handle it if he said it to me so directly. This thing had nothing to do with me, right? If it did have anything to do with me, then it would be better if it didn't. What kind of person have I become? I only provided a bit of spring water, nothing else." "Yes, yes." Yu Lingxue also held Chu Yang's hand excitedly and shook it forcefully. He was actually a little incoherent, and his handsome face was also flushed red. "The Yu clan finally has an heir. Chu Yang, thank you very much for your help this time. Your great help. Our Yu clan's ancestors will also thank you." Chu Yang was speechless. What's wrong with these 2 people? They were usually quite serious, but why were they speaking so incoherently now? "What are you talking about over there?" Feng Yuro finally realized her husband's faulty wording. She pinched Yu Lingxue's waist fiercely. Her face flushed red and she was extremely embarrassed. "You fool. You're still so foolish after more than 10,000 years. Yu Lingxue laughed foolishly, and then his face twisted in pain. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Yes, it wasn't Chu Yang who helped. Chu Yang didn't help at all. It was me. It was myself, obviously. This person was so happy that he became silly. Just now, he was just speaking incoherently, but now, he was just babbling nonsense. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. On the other side, Feng Euro couldn't help but feel ashamed. Then, she suddenly exploded. With a bang, she knocked her husband down to the ground. Then, with a whoosh, she entered the inner room. Chu Yang continued to be dumbfounded. Feng Euro came out with a red face and an extremely embarrassed look on her face. She carried the 2 bottles of Spring of Life into the room and closed the door with a bang. She didn't come out again. It was still very obvious that this woman was driven mad by Yu Lingxue, this fool. The more she spoke, the more outrageous, the more incoherently, the more embarrassing, the more... Io? Yu Lingxue held his thigh, his face twitching a little. There was also some uncontrollable excitement. He said to Chu Yang, "This time, it's really all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, our Yu clan wouldn't have the incense lamps." Chu Yang was dumbfounded, and his mouth was agape and his tongue was tied. Suddenly, he felt that whatever he said was inappropriate. What kind of person was this? What kind of words were these? Why did they sound so ambiguous? It was already very ambiguous before, but now it seemed to be even more in the end. He had no choice but to say very pathetically, "That's what I should do." "It's nothing." "Since that's the case, then, are you guys busy? I'll go out first. I won't disturb you guys." After saying that, he felt that there was something wrong with his words. He was about to step back with his head full of sweat. Yu Lingxue still didn't realize what was going on. He said excitedly, Okay, we'll be busy for a while. I'll go and busy for a while, no? Why don't you sit for a while more?" Chu Yang stepped back with his face full of sweat. If he continued to sit, would he want to die? Even if he didn't want his own life, he had to take someone's life. It was more important to leave quickly. Just as he stepped out, he heard a soft moan from inside. Then, the door closed with a bang, almost squeezing Chu Yang's straight nose inside. A certain king of hell stepped back quickly, but he still felt the wind from the door blowing against his face. Even his hair fluttered backward. He thought to himself that it was a close call. Then, he heard the sound of punching and kicking inside, as well as embarrassed and angry scolding. "You idiot. How am I going to face people in the future? Oh. What's wrong with me? I'm just happy. You. You're really going to piss me off, but you can't. Hurry up and block the sound." Yes. I'm so pissed off, I forgot everything." Then, Chu Yang couldn't hear anything else. 2 extraordinarily powerful supreme martial artists' divine senses completely sealed the room. Even the current Dharma Supreme might not be able to pry into the space sealed by the 2 of them, let alone a certain king of hell. Bah, a certain king of hell was at most a little thick-skinned, but he didn't have the hobby of eavesdropping on the private matters of a married couple. Chu Yang rubbed his head and walked out with lingering fear. There were already a few heads poking out from several rooms. What's going on? Why did such powerful supreme martial artists' divine senses suddenly appear? Could it be those 2 experts sparring? What's going on? Boss, why are you here? What happened? Yeah, what's wrong? Chu Yang hurriedly explained with a head full of sweat. Well, the Moon Breeze couple is very busy. Please don't disturb them. With that, he left. Halfway through, he couldn't help but pat himself. You just said not to disturb them. Why did you say they were very busy? Busy? Busy with what? GMO scratched his head, a look of suspicion on his face. It's not the time to be busy yet. So, Luokadi looked puzzled. The battle hasn't started yet. What can they be busy with? That's right. Xie Danqiong pondered. I can't think of what they can be busy with either. Could it be some new way of fighting, looking at the divine senses entanglement just now? Or maybe they're sparring. Maybe they're studying how to fight in depth, listening to the various guesses behind. There were actually some that were very close to the correct answer, as if they were really sparring. Minister Chu went upstairs with a whoosh. What everyone said was very normal, but why did Chu Yang feel that he was evil? Why did it feel like there was another meaning? After returning to his room, Chu Yang immediately entered the tribulation space. The matter of Yu Lingxue and his wife had always been a sore point for Chu Yang. With Chu Yang's temper, unless he didn't agree to it, as long as he agreed to it, he would definitely do it. If he couldn't do it, he would always keep it in his heart and take it to heart. Now that he had finally resolved this matter, Chu Yang also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Yu Lingxue and his wife so excited that they were incoherent, Chu Yang also felt happy in his heart. Next, he naturally busied himself with improving his cultivation. To improve his cultivation, finding help was the most important thing. To find help, he also had to find someone who understood. The person that Chu Yang knew the most was naturally none other than the great Sword Spirit. Sword Spirit, I need to quickly improve my strength now. What suggestions do you have? After Chu Yang went in, he asked very straightforwardly and cleanly. The Sword Spirit, who was still in a weakened state after the battle with the Dharma Supreme, rolled his eyes and said, "Quickly improve your strength? Taking heavy pills won't do? You still need to ask me about this?" Chu Yang bared his teeth and said, "Of course there's a reason for asking you. Although heavy pills are amazing, their healing effect is indeed the greatest. As for improving cultivation, at the level of a second-grade supreme martial artist, the effect isn't very great. So, it seems that taking heavy pills still won't be able to catch up with the progress I need. Is there a better medicine or method?" Chapter 1668. Chu Yang pursed his lips. "Do you think I want to? Who asked that damned Dharma Supreme to raise his strength to such an inhumane level? If we don't think of ways to raise our strength, are we just going to wait for death on the day of the final battle? Hurry up. Is there a shortcut for you to level up quickly?" The Sword Spirit pondered for a moment. Then, he said, "The heavy pill is the most perfect medicine under the heavenly layer. It's impossible to find a more effective way to improve without any side effects. Even if there is, it's beyond the scope of the heavenly layer. So, it's not suitable for the present." Chu Yang was a little dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Is there no other way? Why did you drop the ball at such a crucial moment?" The Sword Spirit continued, "Don't be anxious. Novel chapters are updated the fastest. However, you can put more effort into the heavy pills. Back then, the medicinal herbs from the imperial court that Lord Z left behind, as well as the heavenly and earthly treasures from the other planes, should be able to achieve better results than ordinary heavy pills if they are combined properly," Chu Yang said. "In other words, a super version that surpasses the complete version? How much can it improve?" The Sword Spirit pondered for a moment and said, "To tell you the truth, the heavy pill's greatest effect is to revive the soul, extend the life, bring the dead back to life, heal injuries, improve one's physique, and increase one's natural endowments. However, the effect of raising one's cultivation isn't very ideal. If we can improve it and fuse it with the huge medicinal strength, we can create a heavy pill that's specifically for raising one's cultivation. For example, the super heavy pill that we refined for Lord Z previously, if we make some improvements, the highest effect should be able to raise one's cultivation by at least 100 years. Cultivation was also divided into different levels. For example, the effects and results of a king-level expert's 100 years of cultivation and a supreme-level expert's 100 years of cultivation were undoubtedly worlds apart. For example, during this period of time, the former could at most absorb a small stone, while the latter could absorb an entire mountain. The gap was just that exaggerated. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the difference between heaven and earth. 100 years of cultivation in the supremacy realm? Chu Yang frowned. If that's the case, can he reach the pinnacle of middle-grade supreme being? The Sword Spirit smiled bitterly. "Lord Swordmaster, you're a high-level cultivator now, so why are you still saying such layman's words? These are two completely different concepts." The description of middle-grade Jizuan realm pinnacle was based on one's cultivation realm, while the increase in one's cultivation realm was based on one's years of cultivation and standard. Of course, there were also similarities between the two. It's definitely possible to advance to the next realm. If it can't, it'll only increase my cultivation by 100 years. Moreover, there have been so many low-grade supreme martial artists in history. Which one of them didn't take a small step forward after thousands of years of cultivation? This place is not like Tian-Ke, where the spiritual qi is 100 times more concentrated. You want to reach the peak in a mere 100 years? You are truly indulging in fantasy. I see. That makes sense. Chu Yang pondered and said, how many super heavy pills can we refine with the medicines we have now? I remember. Back then, when Big Sister Z left, we used up half of the medicines. Now that I think about it, we really didn't know how expensive the ingredients were back then. What a waste. The sword spirit did a rough calculation. Don't be too pessimistic. Actually, some of the medicines have grown a lot in the tribulation space during this period of time. Currently, if we use them all up, together with a small amount of great elixirs, we should be able to refine 17 super heavy pills. I can't give you any more. Enough. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Start refining immediately. Finish it as soon as possible. The higher the better. MNGB, let's start. 17 super versions of heavy pills were enough for Chu Yang to greatly improve the strength of all his brothers at the same time. However, even if they improved, Chu Yang reckoned that it was still far from enough. It was just a mere 100 years of cultivation. If it was converted into actual combat power, how much could it improve? How could it be compared to the Dharma Supreme's tens of thousands of years of cultivation? There was no room for comparison at all. But then again, even if it was the super heavy pills plan that the sword spirit gave him, Chu Yang might not care too much. Because Chu Yang's goal this time wasn't here at all. His real goal was what that person said back then. In the tribulation space, there is a gift that I left for you. This was what the mighty person who created the tribulation sword said to ZJ when his divine consciousness left the tribulation space. If there were other options, Chu Yang really didn't want to use them. BJ and GZJ had an inexplicable relationship with that mighty person and had even said that he wanted to challenge him. If he used his gift, it would be equivalent to owing him a favor. Even if that mighty person didn't care about this at all, and didn't care about the favor that Chu Yang owed him, a favor was still a favor. A debt was a debt. That mighty person didn't care about it didn't mean that Chu Yang didn't care about it. However, Chu Yang really had no other choice now. He could only pin his hopes on this. Owing a favor had to be repaid, but if he didn't think of a way to improve the strength of ZJ and his brothers now, the risk during the final battle would greatly increase. If he couldn't take care of everything now, how could he think about the future? If ZJ's guess was right, the things here were probably still unusable by ZJ now. But now, he had no choice but to use them. Even if he couldn't use them, he had to take a risk. The Dharma Supreme's strength had increased greatly now, and the Enforcer's strength would definitely have increased considerably after demonization. Under such circumstances, ZJ's side would definitely lose. This was the final battle that concerned the future of all living beings in the Zhongtian. Defeat was equivalent to death. Therefore, Chu Yang had to do his best before the battle to raise his chances of winning to the maximum. He had to do his best, win or lose, and have no regrets in life or death. If he only had those 17 heavy pills, even if it wasn't a drop in the bucket to Chu Yang now, it was still too little. The ZJ brothers, Mo Qingwu and Mo Lei would have to take 11 of them. Wu Jueqing and Chu Luer would also have to take 2 of them. If Tan Tan didn't give them, all right, just one sentence from Tian Tian was enough to make ZJ break down. Senior brother, am I handsome? Am I even more handsome today than yesterday? Tian Tian didn't need to say more than that. If he said that to ZJ's ears 180 times, Tan Tan would still be able to enjoy himself. On the other hand, ZJ would definitely be driven crazy. Also, should he give some to Feng and you? And ZJ's family? Parents? Grandfather? He would have to use at least 3 more, right? He should at least leave one for Wu Qianqian, right? Tai Butian should also have one, right? And ZJ's son, that little rascal should at least have one, right? 17 pills might seem like a lot, but once they were distributed, it was really not enough. Who should he give them to? Chu Yang thought to himself. If 17 pills were to be reversed, it would be 70 pills. Perhaps it would be barely enough to distribute. 17 pills was really not enough. Actually, even if there were 70 pills and it was enough to distribute, what was the actual effect? Collectively increasing one's cultivation by 100 years, 17 pills would be 1,700 years. 70 pills would only be 7,000 years. Compared to the Dharma Supreme, it was just a fraction of his cultivation. It was really not optimistic. If only there were 700 pills, then it would definitely be enough. Minister Chu was mumbling that it was not enough. At the side, the sword spirit, who was packing up the herbs and preparing to refine pills, rolled his eyes. His originally somewhat illusory figure almost disappeared in a trance. It was clear how shocked he was. I say, big brother, my dear big brother, your imagination is too wild. Even in the heavenly imperial court, this kind of divine medicine is hard to find. Even if only one pill appears, it can trigger a bloody battle between many forces in the heavenly imperial court. You have 17 pills all of a sudden, and you think it's not enough? And you want 70 pills? 700 pills? What are you thinking? You can't be so greedy, right? Enough is enough. Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly. Look at you. I'm just thinking. The more good things, the better. The deep-rooted bad habits of humans are always like this. You have to think twice. Even the heavenly elixir of the heavenly imperial court is not as effective as the heavy elixir in terms of recovery ability. The sword spirit complained. You have such unparalleled resources in the world, and you're still complaining. Isn't this too much? What about elixirs that can improve cultivation? Chu Yang asked. The most important thing in elixirs is to be safe. If the elixir is not safe, no matter how great its medicinal efficacy is, you won't be able to absorb it. The result will be in vain. However, the heavy elixir does not have this drawback. In terms of safety, there is no elixir that can surpass the heavy elixir in the world. It's just that when it comes to improving cultivation, it depends on the basic quality of the elixir. This is really hard to say. The sword spirit said, when you reach the heavenly imperial court and open the inheritance of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud, there will be many ways to improve cultivation. The heavenly emperor of purple cloud was recognized as the #1 alchemist in the heavenly imperial court. His elixir recipes are also the most miraculous in the heavenly imperial court. In fact, this is also one of the biggest reasons why the heavenly emperor of purple cloud, Zihao, rose so quickly in the heavenly imperial court. Of course, this is also the source of the jealousy and hatred of the other forces in the heavenly imperial court. This is also one of the main reasons why the heavenly emperor of purple cloud fought alone. The heavenly emperor of purple cloud rose so quickly in the heavenly imperial court as a wanderer in the pugilistic world. His speed is amazing. After tens of thousands of years, he became the heavenly emperor of purple cloud. Who doesn't fear him? Based on the situation at that time, if the heavenly emperor of purple cloud could continue to develop, I believe that it would not take long for the entire heavenly imperial court to be under his control. Not helping him back then is probably a kind of tacit agreement between the various forces. If the heavenly emperor of purple cloud defeated the extraterrestrial demon, he would become the savior and eternal master of the heavenly imperial court. So, the sword spirit's voice was a little strange, as if he was pointing at Shmi. Chapter 1669. Yes, even now, you have to keep it a secret. Even your brothers, don't let them know about it. After all, it's not a good thing to know too much about some things. Instead, it may harm them, the sword spirit warned solemnly. I understand. Isn't there a saying that ignorance is bliss? The complexity of the celestial imperial court, the greedy changes in people's hearts, and the various devious means are something that you people who have never been there can never imagine. The brighter the light behind it, the more boundless the haze. Sometimes, a single medicinal herb can cause countless deaths and injuries. A single spirit pill can cause too many battles. Even a careless glance can bring about a fatal disaster. A careless sentence can make you become the target of public criticism. Is this celestial imperial court actually so complicated? Chu Yang asked curiously. Isn't there an unusually strict discipline or law there? Don't the celestial emperors restrict their subordinates? Of course there are restrictions, but you can only know the details when you get there. Now, no matter what I say, I can't explain it clearly. The sword spirit sighed. Any high-level plane is an even more complicated place. This principle is the same no matter where it is. To give a simple example, take the lower three heavens for example. The upper echelons compete for power and wealth. In the lower three heavens, they compete for territory. In the upper three heavens, they compete for resources. In the lower three heavens, as long as you have money and power, you can do things. In the upper three heavens, if you have power and influence, you are the boss. In the upper three heavens, it becomes power, influence, wealth, and resources. You also have to have connections. Otherwise, you can't even keep it. In the celestial imperial court, if your own power can't reach a certain level, you can only choose to develop in a low-key way. Power, influence, wealth, resources, everything. Then there's the matter inside. It's very troublesome. The sword spirit finished the last sentence with a sigh. The materials needed for refining elixirs had already been collected. After informing Chu Yang, he went to refine the heavy elixirs. Chu Yang sat in the tribulation space. His eyes flickered as he murmured, power, influence, wealth, resources. In the afternoon, Chu Yang looked at Imo Tianji who had gathered in his room. Gu Duxing, Ao Xieyun, Xia Danxiong, GMO, Luo Kadi, Dong Wushang, and Imo Lei Rui Butong, Imo Qingwu, and the others made a total of 10 people. Boss, why did you call us here? GMO smiled. Is there something good to eat? Is there anything fun to do? Luo Kadi asked. Is there anything you want to discuss? This was Imo Tianji. Are you going to kill someone? This was Gu Duxing. Don't tell me you want me to play dead again. That's too difficult for me. Rui Butong said. Chu Yang had a headache. He decided to cut the Gordian knot. Stop right there. This time, I called you because there's something important. As he spoke, he took out 10 new heavy pills and placed them on his palm. It rotated with a rumbling sound. A strange fragrance assailed his nostrils. He felt relaxed and happy. Luo Kadi's, Jimo's, and Rui Budong's nostrils twitched rapidly. The sniffing sounds almost turned the narrow space into a vacuum. It smelled really good. Actually, it wasn't that others didn't want to do so. It was just that it was really too degrading. They couldn't bring themselves to do so. Being shameless was invincible. It was the same for taking advantage of others. As for GMO and the other two, they had long forgotten what shame was. Why would they care about this? What is this? Gu Duxing asked. Isn't it a heavy pill? Why does it feel a little different from before? This is a heavy pill, but it's a super heavy pill. Taking one can increase the cultivation of a supreme martial artist by 100 years. Chu Yang deliberately emphasized. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 100 years? Supreme martial artist cultivation? Increasing cultivation by 100 years and increasing the cultivation of a supreme martial artist by 100 years were two completely different things. A supreme martial artist wouldn't even bother to take a look at an ordinary martial artist's 100 years of cultivation. But this one pill could increase the cultivation of a supreme martial artist by 100 years out of thin air. What kind of concept was this? It was a little too shocking. Everyone takes one pill now. Take it immediately. Quickly absorb the medicinal effects as much as possible and do your best to improve your own cultivation and comprehension. In the face of a great enemy, every bit of improvement counts. Every bit of improvement means a greater chance of victory. At least, you'll have a greater chance of survival, Chu Yang urged. The heavy pills in Chu Yang's hand slowly floated up and landed in everyone's palms. Imo Qingwu took the heavy pills and asked suspiciously, Why are there only 10? What about yours? I've already taken mine. Silly girl, Can't you see that my aura is different now? Chu Yang smiled warmly. Only Emo Qingwu was still thinking about Chu Yang wholeheartedly at this moment. If Chu Yang didn't have any, Emo Qingwu would definitely give her own to Chu Yang. It didn't matter if she took it or not, as long as Chu Yang improved. Emo Qingwu's words made the other brothers blush. Because everyone was excited just now and didn't think of this. Everyone, don't be shy. Men are always a little careless. Emo Tianji smoothed things over. Not to mention, my sister is Chu Yang's wife. How can you compare? Just like Emo Lei's sister-in-law, she also ate it after seeing Dong Wushang eat it first. You're not women. How can you understand the deep feelings in this? Everyone burst into laughter. Emo Qingwu and Emo Lei both blushed. But while Emo Qingwu was shy, she was also a little happy. Originally, second brother was upset because of her and wanted to quarrel with Chu Yang when he saw him. But now, he had accepted it. Just now, he even said that she was Chu Yang's wife. This meant, what wife? That's so unpleasant to hear. Why don't you say that I'm your partner? How nice would that sound? The little girl pouted in her heart and rolled her eyes. But she didn't know that Emo Tianji was already making plans for his sister. What kind of woman could be called a wife by a man's side? That was the position of the legal wife. Only the legal wife could be called a wife. As for the others, they didn't count. At least, they couldn't use the exclusive title of wife. Partner, confidant, and other titles couldn't be compared to the seemingly vulgar title of wife. Emo Tianji seemed to be joking and helping his brothers out of their predicament. But in fact, he had already confirmed Emo Qingwu's position as the big wife. Of course, Emo Tianji wouldn't be at ease. In the future, he would still think of ways to help his sister. Yes, his sister was too honest. In the hands of Chu Yang, this playboy, if he didn't make plans for her, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Cough, a brother-in-law is really tiring. A brother-in-law who loves his sister is even more tiring. Especially when he loves his sister and has to be the brother-in-law of someone like Chu Yang. That's tiring on top of tiring. If that's the case, should we call her sister-in-law in advance? Wahahaha. GMO winked. Luo Kadi followed suit. Emo Qingwu rolled her eyes and said in a dignified manner, Second brother G, don't tell me I don't dare to agree to you calling me sister-in-law? Go ahead and call me that. Why don't you call me that? See if I agree or not. Wow, this little girl is really thick-skinned. GMO was stunned for a long time before he said it. He almost choked. He really didn't call her sister-in-law. The others also looked at each other. They didn't expect this shy little girl, everyone's little sister, to be so brave today. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Chu Yang also laughed. Does Senior Wu and Lu have a share? Emo Tianji laughed heartily. It seemed as if he had casually asked this question. Most men were careless, but Emo Tianji was definitely not one of them. This sentence was the best proof. Yes, why would I give them a share? I'll send it to them right away. However, Chu Yang didn't suspect anything and answered casually. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at Emo Tianji with a gaze that was guarding against perverts, just like the way Emo Tianji looked at Chu Yang back then. However, Emo Tianji had already turned his head back. It seemed as if he had just casually asked that question. He chatted with his brothers for a while with a normal expression and swallowed the heavy pill in his hand. He was the last one to take the pill, even later than Emo Qingwu. He watched as everyone swallowed the heavy pill and sat cross-legged on the ground to practice, digesting the newly obtained huge medicinal effects without any distractions. Chu Yang completely covered his room with a supreme martial artist's divine sense cage. Then, he walked out quietly. He walked to Chu Luer's door. Before he knocked, Chu Luer had already opened the door. Big brother? After dealing with the corpses these few days, Chu Luer already looked a lot calmer, as if she had gone through a lot. Facing the cycle of life and death one after another made this little girl mature exceptionally quickly. This level of maturity made Chu Yang's heart ache sometimes. Is Elder Wu here? Please come over for a while. I have something to tell you. Chu Yang said telepathically. Wu Jueqing walked over very quickly. What's the important matter? I'm just about to go out. You're going out? Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. What was he going out for when he wasn't regulating his breathing and waiting for the big battle to come? I'm going to look for the Dharma Supreme and give it one last try. Wu Jueqing's face was solemn as he said, we definitely won't be able to find him if we look for him openly. But if I go alone, he might show up. If he can stop at this point, there's still a way to salvage the situation. At least we won't continue to suffer. Chapter 1670. Chu Yang said earnestly, besides, the great clans have already been massacred. The Dharma Supreme can't stop even if he wants to. It's too late to rein in the horse near the cliff, too late to mend the leak. Wu Jueqing sighed. How can I not know the risks of this trip? But if this goes on, it will really be too out of control. The entire continent is on the brink of destruction. What is my personal safety matter? This life of mine was saved in the first place. It's my duty to protect the world. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, it's still worth fighting for. Chu Yang said, I understand what elder means. But if Elder Wu still insists on going, it's better for you to take this elixir before going. Elixir? What elixir? What elixir is there to take at this point? Asked Wu Jueqing. Heavy elixir. Chu Yang said seriously, I know that heavy elixirs are not unfamiliar to Elder. But what I'm giving you this time is different from what Elder Wu has taken before. The previous heavy elixirs were more focused on recovery. Now, this heavy elixir can increase Elder Wu's current cultivation level by 100 years. There's actually such a miraculous elixir? Wu Jueqing's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, why would an old man like me need to take such a miraculous elixir? Why don't I give it all to Lu'er? She's still weak and can use it to improve herself. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Lu'er taking one is already her limit. I'm afraid she still needs Elder Wu to help her tidy up her meridians. Although Lu'er's talent is outstanding, she's after all only at the peak of supreme martial artist level. Not even 7th grade yet. The effect of this elixir is still a little too strong for her. She needs Elder's help. Besides, there's no benefit in taking more of this elixir. If Lu'er needs it in the future, I'll just refine more for her. I'm still not stingy towards my own sister. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, there's one more thing. If I'm not wrong, after this battle, we'll probably have to leave the heavens. When that time comes, Elder Wu will have to go to the heavens to increase his strength. Prepare to meet your brothers. With Elder's current cultivation level, I'm afraid. Before Chu Yang finished, Wu Jueqing was already completely convinced. No need to say any more. I'll take it. The battle is imminent. Every bit of improvement I can. After dealing with Wu Jueqing, Chu Yang didn't stay for long. He went on to look for the Moon Breeze couple. Of course, in order to avoid the possibility that the Moon Breeze couple was still busy, sparring, or cough, that Chu Yang had already started coughing from afar. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. He coughed with every step. When he reached the door, Yu Lingxue had already opened the door with his handsome face flushed red. He hurriedly complained, if you're already here, then so be it. Why are you coughing so hard? Are you sick? Even his coughing sounds weird, and it's filled with a lewd smell. Feng Yuro's face was also flushed red. Obviously, the couple knew what Chu Yang was worried about. In the face of such an awkward situation, Chu Yang could only rub his nose and smile bitterly. Fine, I had good intentions, but now, you're saying that I'm sick. His mouth was filled with a lewd taste, and even his coughs were lewd. I really don't know where you heard the lewd sound from. Your ears are really different. Chu Yang wanted to retort, but Feng Yuro was right beside him. How could he be so presumptuous? He could only take his pride into consideration and swallow this loss. After exchanging some pleasantries, he went straight to the point and stated the purpose of his visit. However, to Chu Yang's surprise, the Moon Breeze couple frankly refused to take it. Staring at the 2 heavy pills in Chu Yang's hands, which were enough to make all the martial artists in the world go crazy, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro had complicated expressions. The two of us can't take this anymore. Why? Chu Yang was very surprised. So many people dream of having good things, but can't get. I've already given them to you, and you're actually rejecting me? What's going on? Swordmaster Chu, there's something you don't know. In fact, our cultivation has already reached the limit of the heavenly realm. If we really want to, we're very confident of breaking through. If we really take this heavy pill now and suddenly gain new strength, it's very likely that we'll automatically break through the bottleneck and reach Ningtianya's level. By then, even if we don't want to break through the void and leave this realm, it'll be impossible. Yu Lingxue smiled gently and said, but we don't want to leave. We don't want to leave this heavenly realm. This is also the biggest reason why we've never taken that last step. At this point, the couple looked at each other. In their eyes, there was an indescribable longing and unwillingness to part with each other. The two of them secretly held each other's hands. Obviously, this was a decision made by both of them. In terms of personal desires, we've received Sword Master Chu's help and generously gave us the spring of life. Our long-cherished wishes come true. Now, we're preparing to have a child and pass on the legacy of the Moonbreeze couple. If possible, maybe... Yu Lingxue's face was a little red, but he still said it openly. Feng Yuro, who was at the side, was also blushing. She listened to Yu Lingxue's words with unusual gentleness. We want to raise the child and watch him grow up bit by bit. As parents, it's a little irresponsible of us to enter the chaotic martial world like the heavenly palace at this time, where we can't even protect ourselves. Yu Lingxue smiled and said, for the sake of our child, we must also give him a stable environment to grow up in. Let him grow up smoothly, start a family, and have children. Therefore, we've decided not to go to the heavenly palace. At least, we won't consider taking that last step in the short term. As for the second reason, the great battle is imminent. Success depends on man, but victory or defeat depends on the heavens. After this battle, if we lose, then everyone will die together. It doesn't matter whether we go to the heavenly palace or not. But if we win then, after the whole world has gone through this catastrophe, even if the main culprit is gone, it'll be a scene of devastation. Yu Lingxue said affectionately, for this continent, we've once guarded it for more than 10,000 years. We really can't let go of such a devastated continent. After this battle, you have more important things to do. Obviously, it's impossible for you to stay and clean up this mess. Since that's the case, we, husband and wife, are duty-bound to take on this responsibility. And we've always thought that this should be our responsibility. Yu Lingxue said resolutely, we want this continent to return to its former bright blue sky. Let this continent return to peace and tranquility, even more peaceful and joyful than before. Chu Yang left the Moonbreeze couple's room with heartfelt reverence. He only left behind a promise, a very solemn promise. That was Yu Lingxue's request. It's impossible for our generation to go up there. But if our child is successful in the future and has the opportunity to break through the limit and go to the heavenly palace, I hope that Swordmaster Chu will take care of him on account of our friendship. To this, Chu Yang's reply was, if such a day really comes, I'll definitely do it. I'll definitely not let my old friend suffer any grievances. Chu Yang considered for a long time and finally decided to give Ling Muyang a super heavy pill. Chu Yang still found Ling Muyang very pleasing to the eye. Just the fact that he had a clear conscience in his 10,000 years in the martial world was worth a heavy pill. And it could be said that there were no so-called big clans now, so there was no such thing as an enemy of sword masters. Everyone was fighting for a common enemy. Chu Yang couldn't be stingy with this empty promise. Ling Muyang was so excited about the pill that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. With this medicinal pill, Ling Muyang would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and take the final step to surpass the boundaries of the heavens. He would be able to enter the heavenly imperial court that martial artists yearned for even in their dreams, and he would even be able to search for traces of his father along the way. And this point was also the thing that Ling Muyang was most concerned about in his entire life. When he came out of Ling Muyang's room, he was stopped by Tan Tan. The two of them almost came to blows on the spot and broke off all relations. Tan Tan shamelessly demanded an exorbitant price. I want 10 pills. We're brothers. You can at least give me this, right? Chu Yang almost fainted from anger. No. Get lost immediately. 10 pills. You think they're cabbages. The minimum is 8. You can't give me any less. I'll get angry if you give me any less. 1 pill at most. You can get angry. I'm telling you, I have a bad temper. I'll fall out with you if you give me less than 7 pills. 1 pill at most. Fall out with me. I don't have much patience. You can kill me if I give you less than 1 pill. 1 pill. I'll pull out my sword if you want to die. Fuck. 3 pills should be enough, right? We grew up together naked. When we were young, we stood by the river and competed to see who could pee further. Such a deep friendship. Blood brothers. Only 1 pill. Get lost. Don't try to get close to me. You're ruthless. You're ruthless. Itchy, you're actually calling me old. You're awesome. I'm telling you, you bastard. 2 pills. 2 pills should be enough, right? I've already retreated a dozen steps. You should give me face. I'll ask you 10,000 times a day if you don't give me 2 pills. I won't be a human if I don't ask you once. You're not a human. Cut the crap. Is that okay? Give me a straight answer. Oh, are you threatening me? My most handsome and elegant senior brother. I admire you the most in this generation of mine. How would I dare to threaten you? Boo-hoo, I'm really going to cry. How about I massage your back and shoulders for you? Just 2 pills. Deal. Fuck, you've wasted so much of my saliva. Just 2 pills. Just you wait when you get married. I'll tear off your roof on the night of your wedding night. Fuck, I swear I won't be a human if I don't take revenge for this. Tan Tan took the heavy pills and immediately turned hostile. He took the 2 heavy pills and left while cursing. His face was full of dissatisfaction. Chu Yang frowned as he calculated. He hadn't divided the 17 heavy pills yet. Now, there was only 1 left. Chapter 1671. Chu Yang had a headache. Not only did he lose the share that he intended to leave for Tai Butian, Wu Qianqian, and his parents, but he also had to guard against Tan Tan's sneak attacks. Based on Chu Yang's understanding of Tan Tan, this 3-star Saint King was definitely capable of such despicable means. Sigh, I can only think of a way in the future. With a heart full of helplessness, he met a few people. Huang Xiaoliu, a few experts from the Huang clan, a few experts from the Ling clan, and Ling Hanxue. Regardless of gender, they were all looking at him with an extremely resentful gaze. Ling Hanxue was still all right. After all, she was a woman. But as for the rest, they were all men. Making such resentful expressions was really too frustrating. But now, he really didn't have any. Forget about the others, but Huang Xiaoliu, you're also resentful. Giving you some dregs can make you explode. What's there to be resentful about? Chu Yang shuddered and walked away. Once again, he returned to his room. At this time, among the few brothers inside, Gu Duxing, whose real strength was vaguely the strongest, had already finished absorbing the medicinal effect and was guarding the brothers. How's the improvement? Chu Yang quietly walked in and asked Gu Duxing via telepathy, for fear of disturbing everyone's cultivation. Very good. It's greatly exceeded my original expectations. Gu Duxing excitedly said via telepathy, I was originally a junior supreme martial artist. But after taking this medicine, I've now reached the peak of the junior supreme martial artist level. I even have a feeling that I can enter the higher supreme martial artist level at any time. The bottleneck of the higher supreme martial artist level no longer exists. That's good. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. The effects mentioned by the sword spirit were only theoretical. The actual effect was still unknown. Although he had taken it before, his improvement was not obvious. Although the effects of his own improvement were obvious, it wasn't that great. But now, the shocking effects of the super heavy pill had been greatly reflected in Gu Duxing's body. His chances of winning the decisive battle in the future had naturally increased by a few notches. Then, he said, I'll take this opportunity to go into seclusion for a while. After everyone has finished absorbing the medicinal effect, please guard me. Before I wake up on my own, no one is to disturb me no matter what." Gu Duxing nodded in agreement. Chu Yang took a deep breath and entered the inner room of the room. Then, he entered the tribulation space. Since the elixir was effective, then, I'll try to open the seal and see if I can get something out of it. It would be best if it was something that could help him and his brothers in their cultivation. Otherwise, this battle would not be optimistic. Are you sure you want what's inside? The sword spirit sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm afraid that the thing inside is no small matter. If you want to forcefully open it, I'm afraid that even an emperor wouldn't be able to do so. Chu Yang's face darkened. We're in a critical period right now. He had to try his best to open it. Even if I can only open it once with all my might, it's enough. The current situation is very unfavorable. If we can't improve further, it will be very difficult for us to win this battle. I'm afraid that we will be in danger of being completely wiped out. If that's the case, then the Chongtian continent is finished. The Dharma Supreme will definitely not stop his plan to destroy the world. If the heavens cannot bear such consequences, neither can we. But there's no but now, Chu Yang said resolutely. No matter what, he had to open that seal no matter the cost. After opening it, whether or not the thing inside can be used is one thing. But we can't give up on this hope before we try. Seize this last chance and try your best. Bring me there, Chu Yang ordered. The sword spirit was extremely helpless. With a frown, he brought Chu Yang to a corner of the tribulation space. This place looked no different from any other place. Hazy mist shrouded the edges. Obviously, this was where the barrier of the tribulation space was. Is this the place? Chu Yang reached out and touched it. However, his finger directly touched a piece of mysterious flexibility. It was the spatial wall. This is the place. The sword spirit nodded affirmatively. Chu Yang was a little dizzy. It seems that I can't even find where the seal is. How can I talk about breaking it? Breaking this seal doesn't require force. Instead, it requires mental strength. As long as you focus your mental strength, you can see the seal. The sword spirit said, but I'll say this first. This seal is very powerful. Moreover, because breaking the seal requires mental strength to attack the seal, if you fail, you will have to bear the consequences of mental strength backlash. In other words, if you fail, you will have to bear the full force of mental strength backlash. It's like you punching yourself, and it's a full-force punch. Chu Yang grinned. He felt cold sweat dripping down his spine. This thing was easy to say. However, punching yourself with all your strength was definitely not a good feeling. Not only was it not a good feeling, but it was also very uncomfortable. And it was a mental strength backlash. He really didn't want to relive the previous painful experience. It would definitely be like a trip to the 18 levels of hell. Unfortunately, Chu Yang didn't have much choice now. Even if it was a painful experience, he had to try it. So be it, because if it didn't work, he would have to start a real tour of hell. Standing in front of the seal, Chu Yang took a deep breath and adjusted his spiritual power to its optimal state. Then, he began to circulate it with all his might. After a while, he suddenly focused his mental strength in his eyes and looked forward. Right in front of his eyes, an almost transparent barrier slowly appeared out of thin air. Behind this barrier, he could faintly see a lot of fruits piled up inside. They were arranged in a disorderly manner. The person who placed these things clearly didn't treat these fruits as anything good. He just casually threw them in. He didn't consider that the irregular arrangement would affect the fruits themselves. Seeing this situation, Chu Yang felt a burst of heartache. At the same time, he was overjoyed. First, since the other party didn't value these fruits very much, the seal might not be very formal. This was undoubtedly a good sign for him. Maybe he could open it right away? Second, since these were fruits, then these fruits themselves must be heavenly treasures. Since they were heavenly treasures, then they must have the effect of increasing cultivation. He believed that this wouldn't be a waste of effort. Things that the other party didn't value were very rare now. Looking as far as the eye could see, each of those fruits was surrounded by a hazy halo. Just based on this point alone, all the heavenly treasures in the Chongtian continent did not have such a peculiar phenomenon. This was enough to explain the degree of extraordinariness of these fruits. The problem now was how to take them out. He hoped that the other party really didn't value them. That way, they wouldn't set up a strong seal. At this point, he could only work hard to move forward. Chu Yang made up his mind. He separated a tentacle of his mental strength and extended it toward the seal. Just as he got close to this almost transparent seal, he felt a sense of powerlessness that couldn't be shaken at all. But fortunately, he didn't suffer any backlash. Chu Yang gradually increased the intensity of his mental strength, but the feeling was the same from beginning to end. There was no effect at all. The intensity of his mental strength gradually climbed to the limit of Chu Yang's body, but he still couldn't break the seal. Chu Yang tried every way, but there was no progress. In desperation, he gathered all his mental strength at one point and rushed forward. He wanted to use the heaven and earth strike, hoping for a fluke. Puff! Bang! Minister Chu was immediately hit by an extremely strong rebounding force. Then, he flew out like he was riding on a cloud. Chu Yang was hit by the recoil of the seal. He lay on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. For a moment, he was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. He could only roll back and forth on the ground. It was the kind of rolling that used up all his strength, and his whole body was completely tense. After a long time, he finally managed to catch his breath. He held his head and moaned, "Oda, Oda, fuck him." The recoil this time was really not light. The recoil of Chu Yang's mental strength, if converted to martial strength, was almost equivalent to the full force punch of the #1 expert of the heavenly layer, Ning Tianya. After all, Chu Yang's mental strength was almost the #1 in the heavenly layer. Even the current Dharma Supreme couldn't be compared to him. So how could this recoil be easy to bear? When Chu Yang struggled to stand up, he still felt extremely weak all over. He was actually sweating from the pain and was close to dehydration. The recoil of mental strength didn't only affect the brain and divine sense. It also had a considerable impact on the physical body. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of the spring of life, he felt slightly better. Looking at the seal that still seemed to have nothing, Chu Yang felt a lingering fear. In the past, he didn't know what it meant to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a mayfly trying to shake a mountain. Today, he completely understood. There was no wavering at all. What should he do? There was obviously a treasure mountain in front of him, but he didn't have the means to open it. Why don't you give up? The sword spirit advised, this isn't a seal that you can open now. If you force yourself to try, it will only cause damage to yourself. The battle is imminent. If you are not in your best condition, it will be more disadvantageous for the future battle. And the greater the impact, the stronger the recoil. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid. Chu Yang shook his head. I understand. If something goes wrong, it may cause me to have a mental breakdown or even become a zombie. But if I give up now, it's equivalent to giving up this battle and the lives of my brothers. How can I give up? Using my life to exchange for the lives of my brothers, this gamble is worth it. I'll give it my all. Chu Yang took a deep breath and stood in front of the seal once again. His mental strength was activated again and attacked the seal. Then, there was another scream. Chu Yang was thrown out again. This time, it was even worse. Chapter 1672. Chu Yang only felt that his brain had turned into pieces of tofu dregs. Stars were flying in front of his eyes, as if countless universes had appeared. After a long time, he stood up and tried again. Chu Yang's previous guess was right. Every time he suffered a backlash, it was comparable to the 18 levels of hell. Such a painful feeling. If it were someone else, they would rather die than experience it a second time. But Chu Yang would definitely not give up, even if it was 10 times, 100 times, because he knew that this was where the hope of this battle lay. It was also where the greatest hope for the survival of his brothers lay. If he couldn't open this place, There was absolutely no chance of winning this battle. Just when Chu Yang used his spiritual energy to attack the seal for the first time. In a place that was unknown how far away, a white-clothed youth was standing on top of a majestic mountain with 8 extremely beautiful women. In front of them was an ancient but extremely majestic strange city wall, winding between the mountains. Looking around, the landscape was picturesque. This is my hometown. Every time I see the Dragon City, my heart is always surging. I can't control myself. The young man in white looked at the vast land under his feet with clear and affectionate eyes. A graceful woman in white came in front of him. On her dazzlingly beautiful face, there was a trace of a smile. This place is indeed very good. And, whether it's the local customs or the beautiful scenery, it's much better than most of the places we've seen. Another beautiful woman said excitedly, "Why don't we stay here for a while? Let's take a break for a while. Let's change our mood. It can also satisfy our husband's homesickness." Good idea. The women clapped together, expressing their agreement. The young man in white tilted his head and thought for a while. He said, "This is also good. But I'll first go and see what people wear now. It's better to play around here. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. We can't be too shocking, right?" Okay. However, the nearest city below seems to be very lively. I can hear the sound of firecrackers. The woman in white who had spoken earlier tilted her head to listen and said, "It seems to be a big day. Many people are setting off firecrackers. It's actually some university? What kind of people are admitted to some university? It seems to be very fun. And this university, what is it? Do you remember the academies in our hometown?" The white-clothed youth said excitedly, "The universities here are probably the local names of those academies. However, there are no martial skills taught here. But you can learn a lot of other things, even though you might not be able to use them. Is that so? Does it sound interesting?" The girls were all excited. "Why don't we go to school and role-play?" The young man in white smiled evilly. "Good idea. Good idea." The girls cheered and expressed their approval. "Go. Let's go down and get a feel of the situation first, then we'll go to school." The white-clothed youth laughed and stood up. "Let's do it." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a spiritual fluctuation, and he couldn't help but frown. He immediately understood what had happened. He frowned and muttered, "What is that little guy doing? You're not afraid to die again and again. Do you want to play yourself to death? That little guy?" The girls asked with interest. "The one in the double sky continent. It's really annoying. I'm in high spirits and want to do something. I haven't been in such a good mood for many years." The white-clothed youth twitched his mouth. "This little guy is the kind of person who won't turn back even if he hits the south wall. He must break the south wall. Well, since he's playing with his life so hard, I won't waste any more time on him. Let him go in once." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers and muttered, "You can only eat the yellow one. You can only take one. If you're too greedy and die, don't blame me." Then he stood up and laughed. "Wives, let's go to school. At the same time, I'll let you see my favorite colorful world." With a burst of cheers, the girls followed him all the way. It was as if beautiful clouds were floating in the sky. In the tribulation space, Chu Yang was still persistently attacking the seal. It seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he broke through the seal. Suddenly, the power of the seal disappeared. Chu Yang was caught off guard. He stumbled and rushed in like a bull. He almost rushed to the top of those fruits. For a moment, his eyes were wide open. Outside, the sword spirit also opened his eyes wide. What's going on? How is it possible? He really broke it? Wow, Sword Master can't be so fierce, right? He can even break the seal set by that powerful person? This is really amazing. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chu Yang's mind. Little guy, do you want to die? Even if you want to die, you don't have to do it in such a painful way, right? Before Chu Yang could speak, the voice said, Well, I have something important to do now, so I won't waste time with you. This time, I'll make an exception and let you in. But remember, if you want to go in the future, you have to wait until you're strong enough. If you're not strong enough, You can't go in even if you kill yourself. This is the only time I'll give you preferential treatment. There won't be a next time. You're only allowed to take the yellow ones. You're only allowed to take one. You're not allowed to take more. If you're too greedy, don't blame me." Then the voice disappeared again. Chuyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that it wasn't his sincerity that could move metal and stone. It was the other party who made an exception for him. That's right. Based on my previous experience, my successful breakthrough this time was a little too unusual. I had to face reality and admit the gap between us. However, it's rare for me to come in. Why am I only allowed to take one? Isn't this too much of a pity? Looking around, he saw that there were two kinds of fruits. One was yellow and was piled up outside. There were a lot of them. It was the kind that allowed one to take one. The other was black, but there were only two of them. They were arranged in a row inside. As for the innermost part, there was a sword floating in the air. Chuyang stretched out his hand and grabbed a yellow fruit. He wanted to try to grab a second one and see what these things were. But an extremely pure and terrifyingly huge energy suddenly emerged from the fruit in his hand. Chuyang was sent flying by this energy and tumbled a dozen times in a row. He squatted down on the ground, and with a bang, a purple crystal was smashed into pieces by him. Minister Chu's expression was strange. He wanted to cry but had no tears. But his butt had really cracked and was dripping with blood. As for the seal in front of him, it had disappeared again. Chuyang knew that this time, it wouldn't be opened a second time. At least, before he was strong enough, he wouldn't be able to open it. Even if he really killed himself, it would be useless. But looking at his hand, he was a little depressed. Is this fruit enough? But how can that fruit be so powerful? What kind of fruit is this? While Chuyang was in doubt, the sword spirit had already rushed over. His eyes were wide open. You took it out. You actually managed to break the seal. That person took the initiative to let me in. Chuyang rolled his eyes. What do you mean I broke the seal? I'm still far from it. It was rare for him to say something like this. He wasn't bragging. The sword spirit was at a loss. This time, I said that I was risking my life. I wasn't risking my life to break the seal. I was risking my life to try and break the seal. I was betting that he would eventually let me in. Do you understand? Chuyang rolled his eyes and said, He's so busy and lazy. He certainly won't be able to endure my repeated attacks. This place will open as long as he's annoyed. Otherwise, why would I risk my life? Don't I know that I don't have the ability to open the seal? Then, he sighed and said, but after this time, it will be impossible for me to use such a trick to go in again. Let's not talk about whether he'll agree or not. I'll look down on myself if I use such a trick again. The sword spirit was stunned. So, this guy acted as if he was risking his life to use a trick. Suddenly, the sword spirit had a new understanding of the sword master's craftiness. Let's talk about something serious. What did you take out? The sword spirit tactfully changed the topic. Wait a minute. Chuyang said angrily. Let me take a breather first. Do you think that I was faking it when I tried to break the seal so many times? Although what I did was just a cheap trick, I was truly risking my life. Ouch. It really hurts. Why can't the heavy pill heal the wound on my butt? The sword spirit curled his lips. That almighty person looks like a bad-tempered person. He's only making your butt bleed. He's already very merciful that he didn't permanently cripple your butt. Moreover, he wants to punish you. What kind of punishment would it be if the heavy pill was effective? After a long time, Chuyang struggled to stand up. He twisted his body and looked at his bloody back. He wanted to cry but had no tears. How can I wear clothes like this? But how can I not wear clothes? Sigh. I don't want to talk about it. It's all tears. He finally had the time to look at the fruit in his hand. He saw a strange-shaped fruit in his hand. The reason why it was said to be strangely shaped was because if this fruit was placed from a distance, no matter which side it was viewed from, it would still be round. Even when he held it in front of his eyes would tell him, "This fruit is round." Isn't it normal for a fruit to be round? But the feeling of holding it in his hand told him that this fruit wasn't round. Instead, it was completely square in shape. It looked like a square cube. The edges of its overall appearance were as neat as a knife. Chu Yang couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Chapter 1673. I really didn't expect that there are so many strange things in the boundless universe. The fruit that comes from a tree can actually be so square. If you say it's square, then so be it. What was even more amazing was that it could even give people a perfect visual deception. He was really a little speechless. On the surface of the fruit, there was an unusually hazy fog. It was very clear, like a white halo that surrounded the fruit. Holding it in his hand, his fingers couldn't actually touch the surface of the fruit at all. It could only be said that he was holding a ball of fog, and the fog was holding the fruit inside. Such a magical fruit, not to mention Chu Yang. Even the sword spirit had never seen such a miracle in his life. It's really magical. There's actually such a spiritual object in the world. The sword spirit was almost stunned. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "There are actually naturally formed words on this fruit." Words? Chu Yang was stunned and looked at it intently. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. There were actually words. Not only were there words, but the words could actually move. 5 words, a symbol, on the surface of the fruit, moving slowly and continuously, as if following some specific pattern. Heaven, earth, black, yellow, fruit. Chu Yang read out these words one by one. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. There are really 5 words. I'm afraid these are the names of this strange fruit. Heaven, earth, mystery, yellow fruit. What kind of fruit was this? Even the name grew on the fruit? And what kind of symbol was this? What did it mean? He didn't seem to have seen it before. It was like 2 fish sleeping with their necks stretched out, forming a strange circle, one black and one white. There was a white eye on the black fish's head, and a black eye on the white fish's head. What kind of symbol was this? As the strange fragrance continued to spread, the sword spirit suddenly cried out in alarm. This was because his body was actually within this strange fragrance. It was recovering continuously. The injuries from the battle with the Dharma Supreme were actually recovering without any medicine. And the reason for this amazing result was just the fragrance of this fruit. Just the fragrance alone could have such a great effect. What was going on? Chu Yang and the sword spirit were flabbergasted. Then, they turned their heads at the same time and looked at the fruit in Chu Yang's hand. Just the fragrance alone is enough to completely heal my injuries. You. Sword spirit said in a trembling voice, "You can't be thinking of eating me in one bite, right?" Chu Yang also took in a breath of cold air. He was sweating profusely. If he had swallowed the fruit in one gulp when he took it out, then he was sure that he would have exploded all over the tribulation space. Even the entire tribulation space had exploded. It wasn't surprising for Duo Zik to explode. This fruit contains a huge amount of energy. Even if 10 of you ate it, you would still be able to eat it. Even if 10 people work together, I'm afraid they won't be able to bear it. The sword spirit simply sensed the enormous medicinal power of the heaven-earth arcana yellow fruit, and his face turned pale with a swish. This kind of fruit contained a huge amount of pure medicinal power. To a martial artist whose cultivation wasn't high enough, it was simply an irresistible poison. The only result of consuming it was a body explosion. Chu Yang was completely at a loss. The seal was finally opened after all the tricks, and the fruit with a huge amount of energy was taken out. But how was he going to eat it? This time, he didn't return empty-handed from a treasure mountain. He had a supreme elixir in his hand, but he didn't dare to eat it. He was even more at a loss. The energy contained in this fruit. The sword spirit smiled bitterly. He seemed a little hesitant and unsure. Sword Master, the power of this fruit. In my most conservative estimation, it can make the most ordinary person start from nothing. Without any foundation, he can directly rush to the peak of the earth level. This is also the most conservative estimate. Chu Yang was stunned. This time, he was really stunned. Since Chu Yang was reborn, he had many adventures. The heavenly treasures that he had obtained could be found in the entire heavenly layer. It was definitely worthy of the word the most. There was no one else. It was the only one. However, this fruit had already beaten all of Chu Yang's fortuitous encounters to the bottom of the valley. In fact, it seemed that all of his fortuitous encounters and heavenly treasures added together weren't as miraculous as this one fruit. This was a bit too exaggerated. Sword Master's understanding of the so-called Earth level is probably still a little hazy. Let me give you a simple example. The so-called Earth level strength is a level higher than the current Dharma Supreme. The Sword Spirit grinned. At best, it's only a level lower than the peak level of the heavenly demon when he wasn't injured. I don't know when Sword Master will be able to understand it more clearly if I put it this way. Of course, the prerequisite for reaching the Earth level I'm talking about is you have to be able to bear it. If one can't bear it, the result is very simple. With a bang, even the fruit and the person are gone. It was rare for the Sword Spirit to be so humorous. He said, of course, it can't be said that there's nothing there. If those scattered pieces of flesh and blood were buried in the soil, it would instantly make the trees within a radius of 100 miles grow to their limits. Then, they would wither and turn into rotten wood, turning into fine powder. After that, in the following thousands of years, the treasures of heaven and earth would continue to grow and even mutate. It's definitely not a Leduo that the martial world yearns for. It's a rather simple matter. Chu Yang looked at the Sword Spirit with a fake smile. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're so damn humorous today. You're either dropping the ball or joking with me. You're really good? You're really good? You're really amazing." The Sword Spirit chuckled mischievously. It seemed as if he was gloating over Chu Yang's misfortune, gloating over other people's misfortune. This sentence seemed to be somewhat contradictory, but this was the Sword Spirit's state of mind at the moment. This was the first time he saw Chu Yang completely helpless in the face of good things. It was completely different from his previous confident and smug self. Naturally, he was gloating a little. Of course, he was also worried about how to deal with this fruit. How could he not gloat and be depressed at the same time? One could only look but not eat. If it were anyone else, they would be so depressed that they wanted to die. Something's not right. Chu Yang frowned and said, "The fragrance of this fruit seems to be spreading very quickly." The two of them turned their heads at the same time. Then, they exclaimed at the same time. They saw that in the spiritual herbal garden in the tribulation space, the spiritual herbal garden had actually grown crazily in such a short time. The two of them looked at it in a daze. It took them a while to come back to their senses. This is just the effect of the heaven and earth mystery yellow fruit's fragrance? Wasn't this too perverted? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Previously, the Sword Spirit said that it would be upgraded to the Earth level was just a conservative estimate. Now, it seemed that it was indeed a conservative estimate. Too conservative. Chu Yang could clearly see that the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng had already taken shape. But, under the nourishment and infection of that fragrance, it unexpectedly started to sprout new branches. And the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng's body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Yang was stunned. He was tongue-tied. This speed is too abnormal. It takes at least 500 years for the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng to grow one round. He turned his head in a daze and exclaimed again. He saw that the hazy fog around the heaven and earth mystery yellow fruit had reduced by one circle. There were only 5 circles now. It turned out that the tribulation space couldn't prevent the medicinal power of the heaven and earth mystery yellow fruit from dissipating. The Sword Spirit shouted, "Quick!" Chu Yang quivered and instantly understood the Sword Spirit's meaning. With a whoosh, he got out of the tribulation space and went outside. Chu Yang understood the Sword Spirit's meaning very well. Although the energy in the fruit couldn't be absorbed now, at this speed, it was very likely that it could be absorbed in a while. And by the time he felt that it could be absorbed, the effect would have been greatly reduced. Therefore, he had to be prepared in advance. This really couldn't be delayed at all. Once there was that tendency, he had to take it without hesitation. Perhaps there was still the danger of it exploding when he discovered it, but once it entered his mouth, it could basically be digested. Duxing and the rest were waiting outside, guarding him as if they were facing a great enemy. Chu Yang had just gone out when he shouted, "Tan Tan, Elder Wu, Lure, come over quickly." At this moment, he didn't even need to send a telepathic message. So what if he was a little shocked? Time was of the essence now. There was no time to waste. Upon hearing Chu Yang's extremely anxious voice, Tan Tan, Wu Jueqing, and Chu Le reacted almost subconsciously, flying over as if they were conditioned reflexes. They entered the room with a bang. Closed the door. Seeing that all 13 of them were present, Chu Yang said hurriedly, "There's no time to explain anything now. Remember, everyone, don't act rashly. Be prepared and wait with your mouths open. Don't doubt, don't ask, just wait." Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Don't move? Wait with their mouths open? What did this mean? GMO really wanted to ask what was going on, but unexpectedly, Chu Yang suddenly disappeared in a flash. Mo Tianji made a prompt decision and shouted, "Everyone, if you have any questions, ask them later. Now, open your mouths and wait." Mo Tianji knew that since Chu Yang said so, he must have his reasons. Moreover, the urgency in Chu Yang's voice and the way he came and went in a hurry already showed that this was definitely an extremely important matter. Therefore, he made a decision without hesitation. Everyone's eyes bulged at the same time as they looked at Mo Tianji. Boss is going crazy, and you, the think tank, are going crazy too? But Mo Tianji was already the first to open his mouth, his stern gaze sweeping over everyone. Chapter 1674. With a swoosh, the brothers all opened their mouths wide. Mo Qinggu, Mo Lei and Chu Le were naturally a little embarrassed, but they still opened their mouths obediently, their hearts full of doubts. GMO and Luo Kadi wanted to laugh when they saw this, but they didn't dare to be rash. They could only open their mouths and hold it in until their stomachs heaved. With their mouths open, not only could they not speak, but they also couldn't laugh. Chu Yang had already returned to the tribulation space, his eyes fixed on that super magical fruit. The sword spirit was fully focused on sensing the fluctuations of the medicinal power, and he only had time to ask, "How many people?" Or the original 11. This time, 14 including me, Chu Yang answered quickly. "When I say it's about time, start immediately. Split this fruit into 14 pieces and send them into everyone's mouths at once. Any delay may cause a huge loss of cultivation." Understood. When I say it, there will definitely be more. When you split the fruit, it will definitely still be completely unbearable. But when you put it into your mouth, it will be almost everyone's limit. The sword spirit reminded. Don't forget, Mo Lei and Chu Le are not even second-grade supreme martial artists. You have to be more familiar with them, so it's better for them to have less. I know. The two of them watched helplessly as the fog of the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit gradually dissipated, their hearts aching. But they couldn't absorb it at all. There was really nothing they could do. Until now, it's still slightly over. It's about time. The sword spirit immediately reminded them after seeing that the fog of the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit had already dissipated. This was the moment. Chu Yang picked up the fruit and flew out. Outside, Mo Tianji and the others were all standing with their mouths open strangely. In this situation, if an outsider accidentally came in, they would probably burst out laughing. What's wrong with this tribulation, brother? All of them stood dumbfounded and did the same thing. What's going on? All of a sudden, an indescribable fragrance suddenly appeared in the air. Everyone had just smelled it when they saw a figure flash in front of them. Chu Yang flew out, and the next moment, everyone felt as if something was stuffed into their mouths. It was indeed just a little bit. How big was a fruit? How much could there be after it was divided into 14 portions? Just a little bit. Then, they heard Chu Yang's voice saying, "Hurry up and shut up." Patter. Everyone shut their mouths. He was about to ask, "Boss, what did you feed us?" It was gone with a roll of the tongue. How much use could such a small thing have? In the next moment, everyone experienced the effects of a little bit of fruit. A little bit of size didn't mean a little bit of foundation. This little bit of fruit was still enough to make over 10% of the martial artists in the heavenly layer explode. Immediately after, everyone could clearly feel the thing in their mouths melt in an instant and enter their stomachs in an instant. Then, a surge of spiritual energy, as if it could split the heavens and earth, suddenly rose from their dantian. This spiritual force was extremely powerful, even if it was Wu Jueqing. He also felt that his soul was about to scatter, just a little bit more. Could it be that this spiritual energy was caused by that little thing? Everyone had a clear feeling that if they didn't digest it quickly, they would explode and die in the next moment. There was absolutely no luck involved. As for Chu Lu and Emo Lei, who had the weakest cultivations, Chu Yang purposely reduced the dosage by 2/3. However, the two of them still couldn't take it and sat down with flushed faces. Immediately after, the steaming fog on their bodies had already flowed out. Then, it was the group of people, including GMO and Luokidi, who had slightly weaker cultivations. Chu Yang also consumed the fruit. However, as he circulated his cultivation madly to digest the medicinal effects, he observed everyone's reactions. At the same time, he hurriedly transmitted his voice to them. Everyone, be careful. This is an extremely rare heavenly treasure. After consuming it, as long as you can take it, your cultivation will be able to increase almost limitlessly. But you must remember one thing. If it really reaches the point where you can't take it anymore, quickly open your mouth and use the circulation method in your dantian to swallow and spit out the excess spiritual energy that you can't absorb. Otherwise, your body will really explode and you will die. Remember, don't try to be brave. Chu Yang's speech was like a machine gun. 222, 2, 2. However, everyone heard it. Chu Yang had originally wanted to add, you must swallow and spit it out only when you really can't take it anymore. However, the eruption of powerful spiritual energy had finally caused his dantian to completely explode. With a boom, it rushed up. He no longer had the mental strength to say another sentence. He had already sunk into a deep and boundless state of regulating his breathing. Actually, this sentence didn't seem to be necessary. Everyone knew and understood that since Chu Yang had already done this, then this was definitely an incomparable immortal opportunity. Such a great opportunity. If it wasn't in front of death, who would be willing to swallow and spit it out? In that case, according to Ji Mo's words, it would be enough to make the world lose its color. It would be enough to make the sun and moon lose its light. This time, it might be the real foundation for becoming a peerless expert in the future. Everyone gritted their teeth and bitterly enduring the peerless spiritual energy in their bodies crashing left and right. They felt that their meridians were being broken open little by little. Everyone could clearly feel that the meridians in their bodies were being penetrated by the tyrannical medicinal effects. Then, they were quickly filled with incomparably pure spiritual energy, completely occupying them. Then, it continued to break through the next meridian. This process sounded simple, but it was actually extremely painful. Even with Wu Jueqing's profound cultivation and extraordinary mental state, he had to close his eyes tightly and sweat profusely. As for Chu Yang, Emo Tianji, Gu Duxing, and the others, it was even more unbearable. The muscles on their bodies were clearly spasming. Chu Yang only relied on his tenacious willpower and that instinct to move his body to Emo Qingwu's side. He used all his self-control to raise his hand and gently hug her slender waist. He couldn't even say a word. At this moment, he didn't seem to have the time or energy to speak at all. All of his mental strength, all of his willpower, all of his mental strength was fighting against this turbulent heat flow in his body. He must subdue it, completely tame it, completely turn it into his own power, into his own strength. At this moment, Emo Qingwu felt that she had obtained a solid support like a mountain. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Chu Yang didn't say anything, but Emo Qingwu already knew what he wanted to say. Qingwu, hang in there. I'm right beside you. He's right beside me. Then what do I have to fear? This time, Mo Qingwu was already almost unable to hang in there. But ever since Chu Yang's arm gently hugged her, she actually gained strength from who knows where. In a daze, she seemed to feel a lot better. Then, her physique, which was far superior to others, played a great role. Slowly, she started to absorb that violent airflow. Gradually, she entered a state where she forgot about everything around her. She could only feel that there was a strong arm around her waist, protecting her forever. Dong Wushang and Mo Lei-er's hands were tightly clasped together, the two of them maintaining synchronized breathing. Luckily, when Chu Yang was dividing the fruits, he consciously reduced Mo Lei-er's portion. Luckily, Dong Wushang was right beside Mo Lei-er. Mo Lei-er's current cultivation was the weakest among them, even slightly below Chu Lu-er's. If not for the fact that the portion of fruits was small enough and Dong Wushang helped her bear the impact of the medicinal effects, she would really be in danger of exploding. After all, Wu Jueqing's cultivation was high and he was the most experienced. After the initial violent impact, he slowly adjusted his breathing. Although it was still uncomfortable, he was far from being as pathetic as the others. He even put a hand on Chu Lu-er's shoulder, trying his best to use his remaining strength to help his disciple absorb the medicinal effects. Chu Lu-er's talent was undoubtedly amazing, and her physique was also far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. But if she were to consume that little bit of fruits by herself, it would really be beyond her ability. Mo Tianji, who originally had a solemn expression, seemed to have sensed something. The stern expression on his face relaxed a little, and the thick white fog emitted from everyone's bodies gradually filled the entire room, actually showing signs of solidifying. Before this, more than 10 mid-grade supreme martial artists had joined forces to set up an extremely powerful supreme martial artist divine sense seal, which had already firmly controlled all the movements in this room. From the outside, there was only peace and tranquility. But inside the room, everyone's body was in a perilous situation. If they were not careful, they would be in danger of exploding. And once they exploded, not only would they die, it would also cause a chain reaction. No one in this room would be lucky enough to survive. They would definitely die. This time, the sword spirit also quietly revealed himself. With a solemn expression, he stood guard for everyone. He really didn't expect that just one heaven-earth arcana yellow fruit, and one that had already dissipated more than half of its spiritual energy, would actually have such a domineering effect when consumed by 14 people. It actually almost caused these 14 people to explode together. What kind of immense medicinal effects was this? His previous estimation was really too conservative. The sword spirit suddenly felt that the future was bright. Not to mention other things, just thinking about how there were so many heaven-earth arcana yellow fruits in Chu Yang's tribulation space, and how there seemed to be some unknown fruit of a higher level, and those thousands of miraculous elixirs in the elixir gardens that were improving with each passing day, thinking about the heavy elixir and the 8 great elixirs that Chu Yang had never really revealed their true power ever since he obtained them, thinking about the purple cloud heavenly emperor's legacy and those countless souls of the purple crystals and holy crystals, how far could this Lord Sword Master reach in the end? Anticipation. Chapter 1675. At first, the sword spirit still thought that his future was bleak. But now, if someone told him that Chu Yang could reach the level of Shuelehan, the sword spirit wouldn't be surprised at all. That was to be expected, alright? Even those at the level of an emperor might not be able to stop Sword Master Chu's footsteps. Then, would he eventually reach the level of that mighty person who created the Tribulation Sword? At this moment, the sword spirit thought of Chu Yang actually having a battle with that mighty person. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. If he had the chance to witness that battle with his own eyes, then his life wouldn't be in vain. Time passed bit by bit. Chu Yang and the rest were still quietly digesting the huge medicinal power. Waves of breakthrough aura burst out continuously in this room, but it was firmly suppressed in the room by the 14 unusually strong supreme martial artists' divine senses. Not a single bit leaked out in the tribulation space. The heaven-earth arcana yellow fruit's energy, which had dissipated at the beginning, was still working. The spiritual herbal garden was moving forward as if it was running. The quality of all the spiritual herbs was improving rapidly. Such a shocking change. Even if Dukyu came again and used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to achieve such a scene. The 3 jade snow spirit ginsengs actually jumped out of the spiritual herbs garden quietly. They were like 3 snow-white fist-sized dolls, shaking their heads and moving their hands and feet. A faint pink color actually appeared on their lifelike little faces. That was a sign that the spiritual herbs had completely taken shape, completely matured, and even had their own consciousness. If they could take another step forward, these 3 jade snow spirit ginsengs could even reach the terrifying stage of transforming into spiritual herbs, becoming spiritual existences like the sword spirit. If that was the case, Chu Yang's spiritual herbs garden would have 3 more omnipotent butlers. As long as a spiritual herb wanted a spiritual herb to mature, then, no matter what kind of spiritual herb it was, as long as it didn't exceed the level of a spiritual herb, then it could mature overnight. From a seed to a fully matured spiritual herb, it would only take a single thought from a spiritual herb. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were 3 more Dukyu. It seemed that the real Dukyu might not be able to do this, but to make these 3 jade snow spirit ginsengs truly become spiritual herbs, it would require even more spiritual energy. Whether it could succeed in the end would depend on Chu Yang's efforts. Tribulation space. The great elixirs that Chu Yang had previously collected. It was the mysterious ice jade paste and the mysterious yang jade essence. The heavenly heart of wind, lightning, and the others were all growing at a relatively slow speed, but still visible to the naked eye. The portion that Chu Yang had originally used was silently replenished and returned back to normal. It seemed that the elites of this land of great elixirs were also taking the opportunity to quietly change their own quality. However, no one knew just how far they would go. No one was aware of all these changes. Because Chu Yang was working hard to improve himself, even the sword spirit was outside. Naturally, no one noticed the changes in the tribulation space. The tribulation space wasn't completely empty. There seemed to be another person, a living dead. Wu Qianqian had been kept in the tribulation space for protection ever since she had received a fatal injury. However, she had been nourished by the enormous energy of the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit. And she had also undergone a miraculous transformation. Previously, Chu Yang had specially prepared a private room for Wu Qianqian. It was a complete boudoir for a young girl. The tassels of the fragrant tint, warm bedding, fragrance permeated the air, and spiritual power circulated. Wu Qianqian was still lying quietly on the bed. That head of fine black hair. She was lying on the pillow softly. The corners of her mouth were still curled up in that pitiful, faint, and satisfied smile. She was motionless. Since she had been injured last time, Chu Yang had thought of all sorts of ways to help her. He didn't know how many miraculous elixirs he had fed Wu Qianqian. He had even fed her several complete heavy pills. However, Wu Qianqian's condition showed no signs of improvement. It seemed that besides the legendary resurrection grass, there was no other way to save her. This result made Chu Yang's heart ache. Every day, he would come and feed Wu Qianqian some of the spring of life. Every once in a while, Chu Yang would stay here for a period of time to accompany this unfortunate senior sister apprentice and this unfortunate beauty. However, Wu Qianqian's condition never improved. This peerless beauty with a heart of orchid and a heart of gold was lying there with a faint smile of satisfaction on her face. Her face was deathly pale, which made the faint satisfied smile on her lips seem even more miserable. It seemed that when she had used her life to block that fatal blow for Chu Yang, the meaning of her life had been fully expressed. She was already satisfied. Every time he thought of that day, that moment, that instant, Chu Yang's heart would ache so much that he wished he was dead. But now, the situation seemed to be very different. As the huge medicinal power of the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit spread, Wu Qianqian's originally miserable complexion actually gradually changed. She slowly became fair and tender. There was even a hint of redness. Except for the fact that she was still unconscious, she was now a beautiful beauty in a deep sleep. She slept quietly and sweetly, as if she was having an infinitely beautiful dream. That was all. Outside, it had been a whole day and night in Chu Yang's room, and there was no sound of movement. The Feng and Yu couple found this strange and had come over to check it out. But when they sensed the seal set up by the combined efforts of 14 peak supreme martial artists, they understood what was going on. They didn't choose to force their way in. Instead, they stood quietly at the door, guarding. Something extremely important must have happened inside. Ling Muyang had sent out all the existing experts of the Ling clan to find out about the law enforcement officers, especially the Dharma Supreme himself. Then, he tried his best to collect all the corpses and cremate them, trying his best to prevent the outbreak of the plague. Other than the continuous influx of outsiders, peace seemed to have been restored. A delicate balance. A delicate peace. Everything was like the last calm before the storm. Many outsiders who came later still had the desire to participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting. They were still dreaming of joining the ranks of the law enforcement officers and making a great leap. They didn't know that the Tianding Grand Meeting that they had longed for had long ceased to exist in name. This wasn't strange. It was just that this heavenly continent was a little too vast. Although there were beacons everywhere, but those who didn't know the inside story were still the majority. After all, the martial world was chaotic. Without chaos, how could it be called the martial world? However, after these people entered the capital and found out the whole story, they realized that the situation had deteriorated to such an extent. Even if they wanted to withdraw or return home, it had already become an impossible dream. For a moment, everyone stomped their feet and thumped their chests. They didn't expect that they would plunge headfirst into a huge whirlpool when they came here full of enthusiasm. They were in a situation of certain death. Oh my God. Oh my God. Open your eyes and take a look in the capital. The eyes of the people of the various big clans had completely turned red. They had been preparing for war all day and all night. Everyone knew that the law enforcement officers were now outside, eyeing covetously. They were crazily hunting down the remaining people of the big clans in the entire continent. They were just waiting for them to think that they had completed their mission outside. When the people of the big clans that they wanted to kill were all dead, their vanguard, they would point straight at the capital. By then, the capital would become the site of the tragic final battle. Or, they were already at the assembly point, outside the capital. But where was the real main force of the law enforcement officers? It had completely become an unsolvable mystery now. The people of the big clans in the capital were all hoping that this final battle would come sooner. Such a painful and torturous feeling really made them feel like they were waiting for death. It was too unbearable. Death might not be that scary. Perhaps it would happen in the blink of an eye. But waiting for death was the most unbearable. Every day felt like a year. But as unbearable as it was, they also secretly hoped that the day would come as late as possible. It was best that it didn't come. That was because he still had his family, his brothers, and his loved ones outside. If the main force of the law enforcement officers really came, it would mean that all those people were dead and there would be no more hope. That would be a very painful thing. Time passed by quietly. Even Yi Qianqian and the other higher-ups were getting more and more anxious. What exactly was the Dharma Supreme doing? What exactly was his purpose? Why was there no news at all now? On the afternoon of the second day after Chu Yang and the others went into seclusion, there was suddenly new news. The law enforcement officers are starting to gather from all over the world towards the capital. The blood payers of the law enforcement officers are quickly gathering towards the capital. The slogan of the law enforcement officers has been spread, bloodbath in the capital. This shocking news swept through the entire capital like a hurricane. Everyone who heard this news had their faces turn pale. Bloodbath in the capital. It was actually such an extreme and bloody slogan. In the capital, this news spread like a plague. Those who originally surrendered because they couldn't win were now in complete despair. There was no other way except to fight to the death. Now, the world outside was completely under the control of the law enforcement officers. All those who dared to resist had already become corpses. It was already difficult to estimate how many people died in this battle, but it was definitely an astronomical number. And what everyone really didn't expect was, the Dharma Supreme was actually doing this. He sent out a huge amount of manpower and resources to record the results and casualties of this battle and to make a complete tally. And he even announced the final bloody results of this insane massacre to the world. Such a strange mentality and action made everyone gnash their teeth in hatred. Moreover, it was abnormally incomprehensible. There had never been such a crazed person since ancient times. The Dharma Supreme even issued a proclamation for this purge of the world. The event in Beijing on the 20th was postponed. I was at home, but I still had to go to Pride's publishing house in Fujian on the 28th. I had no choice but to cancel the ticket from Beijing to Fujian and change it to Jinan. Chapter 1676. The Dharma Supreme's proclamation infuriated everyone in the city. I have been in charge of the heaven for more than 13,000 years. I have always worked hard to bring benefits to the world. I have a clear conscience. Now that the extraterrestrial demons are causing trouble, the big clans and martial artists of the pugilistic world are following them. I do not wish to kill too many people, but for the sake of the world, I can only wield my knife and cleanse the world. This is a helpless action, but for the 100,000 years of glory of the law enforcement officers, billions of lives in the heaven, I have no choice but to do so. My heart aches and regrets. In this battle, the world has changed, and the sun and moon have lost their light. After 20 days, the results are beginning to show. In the Southeast War Zone, a total of 437,580 traders of the Shao clan were killed. In addition, more than 335,500 traders of the pugilistic world were killed. They were burned to the ground. The law enforcement officers' headquarters lost 373,000 traders, listed in the law enforcement officers' shrine. The Southeast War Zone lost 17,000 blood payers, and all the compensation has been paid. In the Southwest War Zone, a total of 330,000 traders were killed. Wherever the law enforcement officers pointed their weapons, all the traders were killed. The Southwest Law Enforcement Officers' headquarters lost more than 300,000 people. The losses in this battle are huge. For the sake of the heaven, our loyal souls will never die. In the Northwest War Zone, more than 70,000 traders were killed. The law enforcement officers' headquarters lost more than 20,000 traders. In the North War Zone, a total of 273,000 traders were killed. The law enforcement officers' headquarters lost 108,000 traders. In the South War Zone, a total of 103,400 traders were killed. The law enforcement officers' headquarters lost 530,000 traders. The law enforcement officers in the South perished together with the enemy. Our loyal souls will never die. In the West War Zone, more than 500,000 traders were killed. The law enforcement officers' headquarters lost 230,000 traders. One of them is a second-grade supreme martial artist and an eighth-grade supreme martial artist. Our loyal souls will never die. In the East War Zone, more than 850,000 traders were killed. About 1 million troops were invested in this battle, and more than half of the law enforcement officers were killed. Our loyal souls will never die. In the Northeast War Zone, more than 710,000 traders were killed, and the law enforcement officers' headquarters lost 475,000 traders. Our loyal souls will never die. We, the law enforcement heroes, have killed all the traders in the periphery. Currently, only the capital is still occupied by the extraterrestrial demons. We are here for the big picture, to cleanse the capital with blood and rule the world. There may have been accidental injuries, but we had no choice. Where the vanguard is pointed is the capital. Ancestors, please bless and protect me. Please bless me to succeed in this battle and return the heavenly layer a clear sky and bright sun. Battle reports from the law enforcement officers were constantly transmitted to the capital. They were like sharp knives that stabbed into the chests of the remaining members of the big clans. For a moment, the sound of cursing filled the air. The Dharma Supreme's irresponsible remarks, pointing at a deer as a horse and inverting right and wrong, had infuriated everyone in the Poison tribe. From a certain perspective, it had instead become a great mobilization before the battle for the Poison tribe. Too shameless, too despicable. You've already done all the bad things, yet you're actually standing on the side of justice, standing on the moral high ground, framing others, suppressing others. This was intolerable. So many people had already died. It was impossible for them to let this matter rest. Moreover, the huge amount of data contained in the battle report made everyone's heart turn cold, and they broke out in cold sweat. So cruel. However, this battle was only recorded by the enforcers. More than 1 million Jianghu experts in the heavenly layer had died. More than 1 million people. This was such a huge number. It was really a number of people. Everyone who heard this news broke out in cold sweat, and they were speechless for a long time. Now, after the Dharma Supreme commanded his law enforcement officers to kill 1 million people, he actually wanted to continue the bloodbath in the capital. One must know that the current capital, not counting the ordinary citizens, the number of Jianghu experts alone was already more than 10 million. And the bloodbath in the capital meant to kill all these 10 million people? The Dharma Supreme's actions could only be described as absolute madness. Comparing a steady wise man and a crazy wise man, the latter was definitely more than 10 times more dangerous than the former. A steady wise man would have such concerns, and there would be limitations in his actions. However, a crazy wise man would not have any more concerns. Therefore, the lethality and the disaster that he could cause would be 10 times, or even 100 times more. The disasters that the Dharma Supreme brought about were already the best explanation. When a wise man did good, he could bring blessings to the world. When a wise man did evil, he could bring chaos to the world. A crazy wise man was really too scary. The law enforcement officers' army in the southeast has already been assembled and is on the way. No one would have thought that the law enforcement officers in the southeast would be the first to be assembled. The law enforcement officers' army has burned down all the mountains along the way. Anyone who stands in their way will be eradicated without question. All the martial arts clans along the way have been forcibly recruited into the army. Those who dare to disobey will be considered to be subordinate to the big clans. The only outcome is the extermination of their entire clan. The follow-up information became more and more detailed. The law enforcement officers' army in the south has also been assembled and is about to move north. The army in the west has been assembled and is ready to move out. Each piece of news was like a talisman of death, bombarding the hearts of the big clans wave after wave. The law enforcement officers' army swept over like rolling waves, and their momentum was unparalleled. Looking from the tallest mountain outside the capital, one could only see billowing smoke and dust everywhere, covering the sky and earth. The army had yet to arrive, but their momentum was already overwhelming. The momentum of gaining the upper hand by a show of strength was already formed. The Dharma Supreme actually ordered all the law enforcement officers and bloodpayers in the world as an army. The most admirable thing is that he actually managed to organize and form them. When martial artists become qualified soldiers, the combat power of this army will be difficult to estimate. Diwu Qingru stood at the top of the mountain, his expression solemn. The formation of this law enforcement officers' army is completely built on the foundation of high death pressure. Zhuge Sangqiang, who was standing beside him, looked defeated. His eyes shone with extreme hatred as he said hatefully, when the army was first formed, the Dharma Supreme had already passed down the order that all the armies must strictly implement militarized management. If one disobeyed, kill one. If 10,000 disobeyed, kill 10,000. The order must be strictly enforced. Those who disobeyed will be killed without mercy. In addition, there was another order that was extremely out of line. All the law enforcement officers in the world are to gather outside the capital. When the time comes, if any law enforcement officers are unable to form an army, the rest of the law enforcement officers can gather and slaughter them. Along the way, because they disobeyed the order, the number of law enforcement officers and blood payers who were killed must be more than 100,000. Only then can such an army be formed. This is madness. Terrifying madness. Terrifying madness. Diwu Qingru took a deep breath. Since time immemorial, it seemed that only the Dharma Supreme could do something like this. If they were unable to form an army, the rest of the law enforcement officers would gather and slaughter them. One must know that this was not just 10 or 100 people, but the heads of as many as 1,000,000 people. The Dharma Supreme could actually kill whenever he wanted without the slightest hesitation. This had already exceeded the limits of the so-called decisiveness in killing. It was basically no longer treating lives as lives. The Dharma Supreme now basically treats this world as a slaughterhouse. In his eyes, the lives of all the living beings in the world are probably just some breathing corpses or insignificant ants. What harm is there in death? Zhuge Sangqiong let out a long sigh. Yes, all the living beings in the world and the heroes of the martial world are already his targets of destruction. This is something he has already made very clear. Diwu Qingru said, even the law enforcement officers whom he has led for more than 10,000 years, the law enforcement officers who see him as a god, they are also his targets of destruction. Or perhaps, all the living beings on this continent are his targets of destruction. At the side, Chun Yingfeng said coldly, this piece of land will be the last place that the Dharma Supreme will try his best to destroy. After destroying this place, there will no longer be any forces in the world that will dare to go against him, nor will there be any forces that can go against him. Qiu Yu frowned and turned to look at Chen Yingfeng. She said indifferently, Chen Yingfeng, you seem very excited. Are you looking forward to the arrival of the great battle? Chen Yingfeng smiled bitterly. Why wouldn't I? Our old Qin clan is almost all dead now. What does it matter if a few more people die in this world? Xiao Qinyu sneered. Chen Yingfeng, your family is all dead. Do other people's families also have to be dead for you to be satisfied? Chen Yingfeng sneered. I already have nothing left to live for. You can say whatever you want. Shut up. Yi Chenshin shouted angrily. Even if you have nothing left to live for, don't tell me you don't even want to take revenge. Chen Yingfeng snorted with a defeated expression. He lowered his head and didn't say another word. The Dharma Supreme has come with an overwhelming force this time. How should we deal with it? The war is dangerous now. It is the time for everyone to come up with ideas or discuss it. We might be able to come up with a good countermeasure. Yi Chenshin's voice sounded a little tired. The only thing we can do now is to gather all the martial forces in the capital into an army. Otherwise, it will be difficult to resist, said Zhuge Sangqiong. As for this section, I've been doing it for the past few days. However, we don't have the high pressure of death on the Dharma Supreme's side, so the effect isn't very good. Diwu Qingru sighed softly. As a veteran of the battlefield, how could he not know how terrifying an army formed by martial artists was? However, the difficulty of forming such an army was equally high. Without the high pressure of death on the Dharma Supreme, there was really no effective method. At least, it wouldn't be effective in the short term. Surpassing's injuries had more or less recovered by now. He said, in the past few days, there hasn't been any movement on the Tribulation Sword Master's side. Instead, it is Ling Muyang who is actively preparing for war. I think that immature Tribulation Sword Master has long been scared out of his wits by the Dharma Supreme. 90% of his cultivation was obtained through external help. Facing such a great battle in the future, escaping is the most normal thing to do. Chen Yingfeng said sarcastically. There was an earthquake in Laiwu yesterday, but I was asleep during the earthquake and didn't feel anything. I missed it. It was only today that I found out. I even argued with others until my face turned red. Where was the earthquake? Where was the earthquake? There was none. Chapter 1677. Chun Ingfeng sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, "And those few people around the tribulation sword master, they are all little hairs that have yet to shed all their hair. Not to mention not doing anything. Even if they were to do anything, would they be able to repel the Dharma Supreme's enforcers? What legend of tribulation, bah?" Xiao Qinyu looked at Qin Ingfeng coldly and said, "Ingfeng, are you crazy too? You can say anything about Chu Yang and his brothers, but can you blaspheme the words legend of tribulation?" Everyone else glared at him. Qiu He and Shi roared and almost wanted to rush up and beat Chun Ingfeng up. Legend of tribulation included their father. Chun Ingfeng's words definitely angered everyone. Yi Qianxin said majestically, "Stop quarreling. Go back and prepare to divide the forces in the city. Then we'll gather experts to lead us. Whether we live or die, let's fight to the death. At this juncture, we'll die if we don't fight. Fight with all your might and still have a chance." Chun Ingfeng laughed bitterly and took the lead to leave. He didn't even look back. "This is the approximate distribution of all the forces in the city. I've already divided them into teams in 8 directions. Now, we just lack a capable leader." Diwu Qingru handed over a piece of paper with the division of forces written on it. It even included how many people there were in each area, how much combat power they could form, who to contact, who to lead, who had the highest prestige, who had the most influence, who had the most financial resources, how to form an army, how to form a team to unleash stronger combat power, and so on. There were clear instructions. While everyone was flying around like headless flies, Diwu Qingru had already done all this with the weak strength of his clan. His painstaking efforts were evident. One must know that in such a short period of time, how difficult it was to analyze all the forces in the world in a clear and logical manner. Diwu Qingru definitely didn't sleep in these few days. "Thank you for your hard work, Clan Master Diwu." Yi Chunshin took a look at it and couldn't help but be moved. The Yi clan was the one with the most complete strength among all the clans. It was also the local tyrant here, but there was no targeted strategy at all. Compared to Diwu Qingru's actions, the difference was obvious. Even though Yi Chanshin, he couldn't help but feel extremely ashamed. At the moment of life and death, for a chance of survival, I'm just doing my best. Diwu Qingru smiled freely. Although the final outcome may still end in tragedy, no matter what, we can't just sit and wait. Only by doing our best can we die without regrets. Yes, we can't sit and sit and sit. Only by doing your best can you die without regret. Yi Qianxin repeated softly, somewhat lost in thought. Soon after, the patriarchs read through the paper and flew away with grave expressions on their faces. Now, it was a critical moment. Time waits for no man. He had to take immediate action. He had to take action as soon as possible, or they could have a little more chance. When Diwu Qingru left, Yi Qianxin was still standing alone at the highest point of the platform with his hands behind his back. High up in the sky, the strong winds howled and blew at Yi Qianxin's black clothes and robes, almost dispersing him into nothingness. A bleak and desolate aura emanated from his body. Diwu Qingru only glanced at it. He sighed inwardly, feeling his heart heavy. How he wished he could kick Yi Qianxin down the mountain, because he could already tell that Yi Qianxin had lost all hope. Yi Qianxin and the Yi clan were already the ones with the highest cultivation and the most complete strength among the allied forces. Yet, even he had lost all hope. Although he still had the mentality to fight to the death, he no longer had the confidence to win. Yi Qianxin was currently the one with the highest prestige and status among the big clans. Following a commander who had no confidence in the upcoming battle, how could they fight this battle? The outcome of this battle was already obvious. Diwu Qingru sighed silently and ran down the mountain like a shooting star. He ran toward the capital city. He only wanted to see Chu Yang now. He really wanted to ask, "Chu Yang, Tribulation Swordmaster, do you have any other ideas?" Most importantly, Diwu Qingru absolutely believed that even if the Yi clan gave up, Yi Qianxin gave up, and everyone else in the world gave up, Chu Yang would never give up. Diwu Qingru had never doubted this. He had always believed in it. Tribulation Swordmaster had always been a legend. A legend was one who created glory in many impossible situations. Back then, when Chu Yang went to Iron Cloud Nation, wasn't the situation similar to now? Iron Cloud back then was just like the capital city now, and the Dharma Supreme now was more or less the same as when he led Great Zhao back then. The advantages and disadvantages of both sides could be seen at a glance. Everyone thought that Iron Cloud was bound to lose. If it were anyone else, they might not have much confidence and might have given up long ago. But Chu Yang jumped up and down and turned the situation around. He won the battle that was impossible to win. Diwu Qingru was full of admiration for such a fighting spirit that would never give up on any opportunity. Honestly speaking, if I were in Chu Yang's position at that time, let alone succeeding in my struggle, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the thought of struggling. Therefore, when Diwu Qingru went down the mountain this time, he went straight to Chu Yang's base. To be honest, Diwu Qingru also had a lot of ideas. He wanted to see how Swordmaster Chu would jump up and down this time. Could he really jump up and down with hope? Even if he couldn't jump up in the end and could die together with Tribulation Swordmaster, Diwu Qingru felt that he had nothing to regret. Soon, he arrived at the inn. Ling Muyang's fierce face as a guard gave Diwu Qingru a fright. Oh my god, this Swordmaster Chu is too arrogant. He actually let the old ancestor of the Ling clan guard the door here? You're looking for Chu Yang? He's in seclusion now. Ling Muyang said, I'm here to guard. What's with your look? Do you think I'm a waiter? Seeing Diwu Qingru's expression, Ling Muyang was a little angry and amused. He's in seclusion now? Diwu Qingru was delighted. The expression on his face just now was of course faked. If he didn't have a surprised expression when he saw Ling Muyang as a guard, this old ancestor of the Ling clan would probably be angrier. Then he thought, Chu Yang didn't go into seclusion earlier or later, but chose to do so now. It's definitely a good thing. Then he asked, how many days has Swordmaster Chu been in seclusion? 2 days and 2 nights. Ling Muyang's impression of Diwu Qingru was quite good. In his opinion, there weren't many people in big clans who could do things, but this Diwu Qingru was definitely a capable one. Although his cultivation was more or less low now, his scheming was really unparalleled in the world. 2 days? That's good. 2 days of seclusion, very good. Diwu Qingru heaved a sigh of relief and said sincerely, the longer, the better. As long as he comes out before the law enforcement officers attack. Ling Muyang was a little surprised by Diwu Qingru's reaction. Diwu Qingru's confidence in Chu Yang, the Tribulation Swordmaster, is a little too much. It seems that even I don't have as much confidence as him. Since Chu Yang is in seclusion, then I'll talk to Emo Tianji. We can be considered old friends. Diwu Qingru smiled. Emo Tianji? Emo Tianji is also in seclusion. They are in seclusion together. Ling Muyang rolled his eyes. All the Tribulation brothers are in seclusion together, as well as Wu Jueqing and that Saint King from the 3 Stars Divine clan called Tan Tan, Chu Yang's junior brother. They are in seclusion together? Really? Then it means that things have taken a turn for the better. It's a good thing. Diwu Qingru was completely excited. With the sudden turn of the crisis, Diwu Qingru decided not to leave. He sat down here, ordered a few dishes, and drank with Ling Muyang. The most important thing now was still here. As long as Chu Yang could hold on, the Heavens continent would be fine in the end. As for the more than 10 million Jianghu experts in the capital, as well as the remaining forces of the big clans, in Diwu Qingru's eyes, they were still just cannon fodder. Since the Dharma Supreme said to purge, then it must be purged. Maybe they couldn't purge the Tribulation Swordmaster, but to purge the other people, with the current strength of the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers, it was no pressure at all. What are Yi Qianqian and the others doing now? Ling Muyang asked. They are also preparing for war. Diwu Qingru was still very respectful to this old ancestor of the Ling clan, so he answered very respectfully. Preparing for war? There was a faint pain in the depths of Ling Muyang's eyes, but he snorted and said, a bunch of ungrateful people, short-sighted people. What's the use of preparing for war? Hoping for a fluke? After scolding, he didn't wait for Diwu Qingru to speak and sighed first. Sigh. This war. In the end, there is no right or wrong. After all, we are brothers for more than 10,000 years. Diwu Qingru knew that he was in a complicated mood at the moment. He just smiled and drank with him, but didn't bring the topic to the ancestors of the Zhu clan. Ling Muyang sighed deeply. Time passed quietly. The capital was already in a state of panic, and every bush and tree was an enemy. Although the main force of the law enforcement officers hadn't arrived yet, the people in the city could already clearly feel that there seemed to be countless strong pressure coming from all directions, sweeping towards the capital. For a moment, everyone felt a kind of pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Under the call of the big clans, the majority of the Jianghu experts who had resolutely joined the war this time were in the majority. Only a few people still wanted to wait and see what would happen next, but these people were instantly turned into hundreds of thousands of corpses under Yi Chunchen's command. The corpse-dissolving powder was scattered over, and wisps of green smoke rose in spirals. Chapter 1678. Hundreds of thousands of people turned into corpses with just one order. For a moment, the air above the capital was filled with the smell of corpses, lingering for a long time. The smell made one want to vomit. Before the army of the Dharma Supreme arrived, this place had already been cleaned up. This massacre made all the martial artists of the pugilistic world keep quiet out of fear. They were also much more obedient to the orders issued by the big clans. The effect was immediate. There wasn't even a trace of wind above the capital. It was already late autumn, but the weather was unbelievably hot. The air seemed to have stopped flowing. On the streets, everyone came and went hurriedly, not saying a word, with a sullen face. The expression on their faces was like that of walking zombies. Their eyes emitted green light, and their expressions were ferocious. It was as if they didn't like anyone and couldn't wait to kill them all. It was finally the morning of the third day of Chuyang, and the rest seclusion. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the entire capital. They're here! They're here! They're really here! Someone shouted on the streets, his voice sounding as if he was about to cry. They're here! They're here! The army of law enforcement officers is here. More people also shouted. Some of them had decent cultivation, but when they heard this news, they were so scared that they sat down on the ground. The law enforcement officers were here. The end of the world was finally here. Everyone looked up at the same time. In the sky above the capital, clouds of smoke slowly floated in from all directions. Ling Muyang was about to go out and check the situation when Feng Yuro came out with a swoosh. She instructed simply, "I'll go and check the situation. You pay attention to this place and ensure that it's safe and quiet. Don't let anything disturb the people in seclusion." Ling Muyang was naturally very respectful in front of Feng Yuro. He bowed and replied, "Yes." Before he finished his sentence, Feng Yuro had already disappeared. It was only at this moment that they heard a swoosh in the air. A clear space crack appeared in front of them. It was Feng Yuro who flew rapidly and directly cut through the space. Swoosh. Feng Yuro appeared on the highest peak of the capital and looked around. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The law enforcement officers and the Dharma Supreme were really here. Now, although she still couldn't see any law enforcement officers. However, thousands of miles away, one could clearly see thick smoke rising from all directions. It was as if the wind and clouds in the sky had suddenly gathered from all directions and were surging towards this location. An extremely evil and dark murderous aura appeared in the distance, even though it was thousands of miles away. It could also be easily distinguished. The Dharma Supreme's law enforcement officer army would need at least several million soldiers to create such a shocking effect. Looking at the thick smoke and dust that gradually covered the entire sky, Feng Yuro already knew that the Dharma Supreme was about to encounter something that could burn. All of them were ignited. Not only were there houses, residences, and farmlands, but there were also mountains and dense forests. Everything that could have been set ablaze. Dharma Supreme, why have you become so extreme? A hint of pain appeared in Feng Yuro's eyes as she muttered to herself, "The original you had a greater purpose." Treating the master of the calamity sword is against the purpose of the law enforcers of the past. But you are not a heartless person. Why are you so extreme now? You've implemented many methods. The measures made it clear that you were doing this for the good of the continent. But now, why did it become like this? Even if it was due to the influence of the extraterrestrial demon, it shouldn't be like this. Just to vent the grievances and pain in your heart, you have to massacre the world like this? Feng Euro stood there in a daze. Her heart was filled with questions, but she did not know how to vent them or who to ask. Thinking of the countless lives that must have been lost behind the black smoke, she could not help but feel a sharp pain in her heart. This was originally a harmonious world that she, her husband, and the countless law enforcement officers of the past generations had painstakingly built for tens of thousands of years. But it was destroyed by that person just like that. Dharma Supreme. Feng Euro shouted. Her voice was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the sky and spread far and wide, turning into rolling thunder in the sky. At the same time, it exploded above the heads of everyone within thousands of miles. Dharma Supreme, come out and answer me. Feng Euro shouted. I'm Feng Euro. Down below, everyone's hearts were shaken. Feng Euro. Supremacy Feng and Supremacy You, the guardians of the heavens. Feng Euro and Supremacy, you could be said to be the second most powerful law enforcement officers after the Dharma Supreme. I don't care if you are Dongfang Badeo or Diwu Chochong. Come out. Come out right now. Feng Euro shouted. You dare to make such a big fuss, but you don't even have the courage to talk to me? Come out. In the sky, following Feng Euro's roar, a series of rolling thunder also exploded at the same time, roaring in the sky. However, the rolling thunder was still unable to suppress Feng Euro's voice. The sky was filled with clouds and dust, and streaks of lightning flashed through it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Chanshin and the others also flew up the mountain and stood behind Feng Euro. Feng Euro ignored the arrival of this group of people as if she did not notice them. Everyone also did not speak, only standing respectfully behind her. After a long time, an elegant voice drifted over from afar. It was the Dharma Supreme's voice. Supremacy Feng, long time no see. Feng Euro shouted. Tell me, what do you want? What will make you stop? The Dharma Supreme's deep laughter sounded. Supremacy, you are asking the wrong person when you ask me what will make me stop. The heavens have already been invaded by the extraterrestrial demons. As the Dharma Supreme, it is my duty to lead the law enforcement officers to purge the demonic aura. Even if I have to pay a huge price for it, I will not hesitate. I know that Supremacy Feng is compassionate and benevolent. However, I hope that Supremacy Feng will not continue to persuade me. It is meaningless. Feng Euro's delicate body trembled slightly. She said sternly, Dharma Supreme. A real man should have a clear conscience when doing things. Have you ever been embarrassed to confuse right and wrong like this? The Dharma Supreme said quietly, the weather today is not very good. It is going to rain soon. Supremacy Feng, the wind and rain are cold. Please take care of yourself. At this point, there was actually no more sound. No matter what Feng Euro said, the Dharma Supreme's voice did not appear again. After a while, a thunderclap exploded, and bean-sized raindrops fell. Very quickly, a thin layer of dust and smoke splashed up from the ground, which was then washed away by the heavy rain. The wind whistled fiercely. Between heaven and earth, it was a vast expanse. In the clouds above, bolts of lightning crisscrossed, forming a series of thunderclaps that rumbled continuously. Between heaven and earth, it became darker and darker, until one could not even see one's own fingers. Only at the moment when the thunderclaps flashed, could this world that had completely turned into darkness, as well as the rain that was pouring down crazily. It was as if the heavens were also enraged by this extremely cruel massacre in the human world. Feng Euro and the rest stood at the top of the mountain, drenched from head to toe by the rain. Their bodies were cold, and even their hearts were icy cold. Supremacy Feng, Yi Chunshin called out in a dry voice. Let's fight. No matter what we say now, there is no meaning. Feng Euro did not turn back. She only said quietly, Regardless of life or death, victory or defeat, we already have no other choice. We can only fight. Yi Qianqian, Xiao Chenyu, and the rest had a mournful look on their faces. Suddenly, deafening shouts came from all directions at the same time. It was all the law enforcement officers shouting at the top of their lungs at the same time. Massacre do! Massacre do! Massacre do! Such a shocking sound seemed to have caused the entire place to tremble. Even the mountain under everyone's feet was trembling. Crashing sounds could be heard as rocks continuously rolled down. Yi Qianqian and the rest turned even paler. A voice among the deafening shouts spread clearly over thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The Dharma Supreme, he recited, smoke and beacons everywhere, staining the martial world with blood. If the heavens don't let me make the decision, what's wrong with massacring the human world? Feng Euro said sternly, let's go. Her slim figure was the first to flash in the sky. At the moment when the lightning suddenly lit up the world, Feng Euro's slim figure had already disappeared into the rain and fog. Morning. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became more and more intense. The earth rumbled with the pitter-patter of the rain. The entire sky was still pitch black. The law enforcement officers' army had already set up camp 150 miles away from the capital city. That murderous atmosphere that was full of destruction was still pressing down heavily. The capital city was in chaos. Cries filled the air, as if doomsday was coming. After an unknown period of time, the heavy rain continued, lightning and thunder continued to rumble. A voice, like the clashing of metal, was sonorous and powerful. Attack! Break through the north gate of the capital first. Obviously, the law enforcement officers couldn't wait any longer. Even though the rain was pouring down, they still insisted on attacking and massacring the capital. A series of shrill cries sounded continuously. The tens of thousands of experts on the law enforcement officers' side also attacked at lightning speed. In the midst of the heavy rain, each of them was like a malicious spirit coming out of seclusion. They actually launched the first wave of attack just like that. The law enforcement officers had traveled a long and arduous journey here, and were facing a heavy rain that was rarely seen in hundreds of years. The Dharma Supreme actually didn't even reorganize the troops and didn't give them much time to rest, launching the attack early on. Let me fight the first battle, Xiao Qinyu shouted and took the lead to charge out. Behind him were the few remaining experts of the Xiao clan and hundreds of thousands of martial world experts. Everyone looked sorrowful and indignant, but their expressions were resolute. They surged out of the north gate like a tidal wave, brazenly facing the law enforcement officers' army. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.